There's nobody out there watching. They're all fake.
To another episode of Manifest Actual Play. Hello, actual people watching the stream.
Hey, if you're real,
You're not a robot,
you have to.
Hello. Welcome to another episode. I'm Tommy Cotton. With me, as always, is Dan Barron, Addy Gia, Seth Lilly, Roman Milan, and we are here to play some Manifest. But before we start with any recaps or anything, and the actual gameplay, I'm going to toss attention over to these wonderful people because they have stuff to talk to you about. Seth, how about we start with you?
Absolutely. I'm here to bring your attention to this month's national charity blurb. This month we're doing for National BIPOC Mental Health Awareness Month. We are highlighting National Queer Trans Therapists of Color Network. It's founded in 2016. The NQTTCN is a call to health practitioners to create a community of healing justice for queer and trans people of color. Their mission is to transform mental health care and provide leadership and training for communities who need it most. They prioritize the unique needs of QTPOC health practitioners who provide emotional and spiritual care for settings in both paid and unpaid settings. They envision a world where all people have access to healing resources rooted in social justice. So if you have the bandwidth and the capacity, we got the link in our chat. Resources go to the mental health fund and training to queer and trans therapists across the country. It is a heck of a charity. I highly suggest you check them out. And from here, I'm going to pass it over to Dan. Doesn't look ready.
I'll take it. Roman, back to you.
Yeah, I'll tell him a little bit about the stream. I remember all the things there are to say about the stream. Absolutely. We are here every Tuesday night around this time, sometimes a little earlier, sometimes a little later. Deal with it. But it should be around 8 Central. Same time, same place at twitch.tv/waypoint live, where hopefully you all are, unless you're on the YouTube, in which case come join us live. It's like it's like watching it, but with other people. It's wild. While you're here, I've got an array of buttons under me that I'm going to need you to go ahead and take your mouse and lift your hand way up here and slam it down on the click button. So you can go ahead and really hit that follow button. Have Twitch tell you when we go live. 8 o'clock, that's a number. I'm not here to remember numbers. I'm here to have Twitch tell me when we're live. That's what it'll do. Go ahead and follow us. Subscribe if you're feeling very generous. All your subscriptions and bits and donations and everything, they go straight into improving the stream, getting us better lighting, better cameras, better mics, just making stuff better for you. We've got some other stuff down the road that we think you're really gonna like, that we are working towards, and everything that you can provide really, really does help. And of course, please follow us on our socials. We've got our Facebook's up and rocking, our Twitter's up and rocking, our Instagram may or may not be Laura Dern's Instagram. If you follow the clues, you will know.
I'm gonna give you one clue for free right now. Just go do the whole I Love Bees ARG. It's really good.
Yeah. And then you'll be like 60-70% of the way through phase 1. But yeah, go ahead and follow us on all our stuff. Follow us on here. We're so happy to have you joining us every week. We really do appreciate you. And then I think that's it. Unless there's something I forgot, I think it's over to Addy.
Me? Okay. So I don't have anything new this week, but we are very few production days from having real merch to show you guys, so I'm pretty excited about that. Then that will go live and it will be amazing. And another place that you can get said merch will be at Origins Game Fair at the end of October, or at the end of September, beginning of October, because we're going to be there. We have a booth. We might run an event. I don't know. There's so much stuff, but you should, it's the best reason to go to Columbus. So you should go there and see us. We are also going to be at C2E2 in some capacity. We are still working out the details, but we're definitely going. And so if you are in the greater Chicago area or can make it there at the beginning of December, when it's cold and wet, but not snowy and kind of gross, and the lake effect winds are terrible.
Oh yeah, Chicago.
And see
My
us
kind
at
of town.
C2E2. It was the last convention that we went to before the whole Panini. And so it's going to be the second convention that we're going to afterwards. So it's pretty exciting. It is a great time. And that is pretty much it. You'll be able to get our merch there, which is dope. Our artists are going to be there, which is also dope. And that's it, I think. I don't have anything else.
Okay, pass it back to me.
Okay, Dan, go.
Okay, and now Tommy's gonna lie to you about economics.
Well, first thing I'm gonna do, first thing I'm gonna do is Argent Lom just gifted 10 subs. Thank you so much, Argent Lom. You're wonderful. And he was doing that to let everyone know where the sub button was, which apparently is, which, oh my God, Ryak just gifted 20. Ryak just gifted 20. We got Argent Lom with 5, Ryak with 20. Holy shit, guys. Thank you so
The wars
much.
have begun.
Oh my God. Wow. That's insanely
They're doing
generous.
that right under Gus's handsome face is exactly where.
Yeah. This is how all of this is happening. Ryak pressed the button because Argent Lom showed him where it was.
Ryak, I just want to say in public, so it's recorded in perpetuity. That's very generous, especially since I killed you on Saturday. So have some inspiration.
Wow, thank you guys so much. That's amazing. Now, let me tell you about grit economics.
Lies?
God, thank you guys so much. Wow. Thank you, Garget Lom. Thank you, Ryak. All right, so grit economics. As you can see, we all have little numbers up here in our little boxes. That's how much grit we have. You can use your viewer grit, which is what we call our channel points. I didn't realize you've killed Ryak 3 times, Addie.
Okay, but the first 2 were his choice. This last one was me alone. So,
you can spend your viewer grit, your channel points, to gift grit to one of the players or to the GM. We actually already have a few of those already. Argent Lom gave 1 grit to Porter, saying grit for being the one informing us about charity this week. And then what the fuck, Laura? Hey, we have a hype train going, y'all. Laura the Bard just gifted 25 subs. That's insane.
Jeez.
Holy shit, you guys. Look, that's instant leap to level 5 hype train.
Thank God.
Jesus Christ. Argent Lom and Ryak primed a hype train, and then Laura just drove it all the way to the fucking top speed.
I think at this point, at the end of the stream, I have to give you another Instagram clue now.
Thank you so much, Laura. Holy shit. Jesus. That's so many gifted subs, you guys. Oh my God. Yeah, okay, so you can spend your channel points to give grit. Porter, you got +1 from Argent Lom. That's grit for being the one informing us about charity. Dex, you get 1 grit from Argent Lom, grit for passing the buck. And then Porter, you get another grit from Fiddler Undone that says over 3/4 of the way to full grit. We'll get him there eventually. That's insane.
That's what you think.
So that's Porter up to 10 and Dex up to 10. You'll also notice that I usually start with 8 grit, but I'm starting with 9 grit this time because I was gifted grit from the viewers last session, and I never spent any of my grit really, so I never got around to using that. And while their grit persists, mine is supposed to reset to 8 every session, which is just another reason why maybe you should just consider maybe giving grit to the GM, because I have to spend it and give it to these guys, so it's like getting it for them at a discount. Also, grit to the GM from Laura, saying to try and convince Tommy to put the hat on.
Oh, the fuzzy hat?
The fuzzy hat. Nice try, Laura.
You should put the fuzzy hat on.
I'm not gonna GM with the fuzzy hat on.
Maybe just
Why not?
Just put it on.
If you want to see me with
let's
the
just see
fuzzy
how it
hat
feels.
on,
No,
let me just
what
go.
does it
If you
look
want to
like?
see me with the fuzzy hat on, just go to the Jolly Poncho on Twitch. It's one of my channel redemptions.
Wow.
Oh my god! Wait, Ryak just gave me a grit saying hat.
Riot, come on.
The people
I don't
want it.
approve of the way you're doing
Okay.
this, but I do approve of the goal that you all are.
Wow. All right, I'm gonna put on the fuzzy hat. You guys gifted
Yes!
so many
Yay!
freaking subs. Here we go.
Yes. Oh wow, it's beautiful.
It's gonna. You know
That's
what?
a
You know what's gonna happen is I'm gonna kill one of your characters today, and and this hat will lose all of its charm. It'll become a thing you fear.
Chat, don't be afraid. Tommy will never kill a character when he could have an arm instead.
It's true. I'm gonna take someone's arm for sure, and then
Great.
you'll realize that this hat isn't cute at all. In fact, it's very dangerous.
I'm gonna spend 1 grit to downgrade this character death to an arm take.
I'll take it. All right. Well, thank you all for the gifted subs and for forcing me to put on this hat. And it's worth the arm cost, says Fiddler.
You don't have to pay it.
Us, it's an arm and a leg.
Okay. All right.
All right. Wow. Okay. Thank you all so much for the gifted subs. Thank you for all of the grit. We are primed and ready for an insane episode of Manifest Actual Play, and we're going to dive into it right after we take a moment to transport our minds to the world of Manifest to look at this cool character art by the lovely Kate May. And when we get back, I'll give you a rundown on what's happened so far. Ooh.
You ready?
Hello! Hello, welcome back. So, allow me to recap you on the story so far. So these 4 drifters. Okay, these 4 drifters, they met in the town of Waypoint and made their way through the Badlands on a job, and during that job they were ambushed by some bandits that they found out were connected to an underground resistance organization known as the Free People's Coalition. They followed the trail of the Free People's Coalition all the way to Lost Process. Along the way, they made enemies of the Fort Dearborn Militia, who has since sicked a militia, or not a militia, a mercenary group on them to try and capture Eloise and Gus, to spirit them away to Brimstone Garrison, a place where the drifters are pretty sure some experimentation is being done on illuminated people. Now, they tracked the FPC to Lost Process and got in contact with that local cell of the FPC, only to find out that these cells are very isolated and don't know about each other. So the man, Kenny Mathis, who they are trying to hunt down, who was part of the team that ambushed them, is not connected to this cell, as far as they know. But there's a little bit more to the story, it seems. So they made a deal with the FPC, with this cell run by Truman Howland. And they the FPC is searching for someone who escaped Brimstone. They're hoping that person will have information for them on what's going on in Brimstone, something that the FPC can maybe act on. Now, they, in exchange for the help of these drifters in acquiring the information they need, Truman has said he would basically reach out to the Raven, the mysterious figure in charge of the Free People's Coalition, in order to get them a meeting with him, so that they can maybe track down Kenny Mathis or find out more about the FPC and its goals. And the other thing that happened was Eloise over there was able to track down that there is some connection with Kenny Mathis to the Lost Process cell, because there is basically the thing that led them on this trail all this time ago was that Kenny Mathis and his crew were kitted out more than a normal bandit troop would be. And the thing that Eloise found out is that there's a shop in Lost Process called Staple. What is it? What was it? Staple Creations.
Staples Creations.
Staples Creations is run by the family and father of a member of this cell of the FPC, and there was a weapon, or some of the weaponry in that shop like had the same kind of design elements, to the point where Eloise, who extremely mechanically minded, was able to tell that the crossbow that was wielded by Nicolette Dubois, who followed Kenny Mathis on the ambush, was probably crafted by at least someone in the Staples family, possibly Lolly Staples, who's a member of the this cell of the FPC, or someone else. The only other person who they know for sure who could have crafted it would be Lolly's father, whose name is Caden Staples. So there's a connection with the Kenny Mathis crew to Lost Process that was discovered just at the end of last session, as Eloise was on her way to acquire a high volume data pad that she could basically modify and augment and then later disguise as a military data pad for part of this kind of information heist that the crew is doing. So, Eloise, You are in Artisan Alley. You are on your way.
No, I thought you said that I could be in the. No, I refuse. I have already accomplished it.
You are on your way to go get the data pad. You've just left Staples Creations, and you go to a shop. You drop off the IOU. You get a data pad. You're good. Moving on.
That was unnecessary.
What the hat has done to him.
I've become
mad with power.
I used to be lawful evil. Now I'm chaotic evil. That's what the hat does. Okay, so where was everyone else? I know Gus was in the FPC hideout under Suze's saloon, getting to know Kit Bottram, who is the newest member of this cell of the FPC. And was they talked a little bit, and then Kit was reading to Gus, reading one of his books that because Kit has a good collection of some fiction novels. What about Porter and Dex? What were the two of you up to? I think Dex
I
just
had
hit
just
the
left
LRC.
the LRC tower. I was probably headed back to the inn.
Okay, and Porter, you were there brewing tonics, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So since I suppose like Dex, do you have an agenda once you get to the to the inn? Because you would get there before Eloise was quite finished at Artisan Alley.
I mean, I would like to have a conversation with Eloise, but other
Okay.
than that, like, I don't have an agenda.
Cool. Well, then you are more or less able to. Eloise, I guess, are you going back to the inn or are you going elsewhere?
No, I'm going back to the inn. I wanted to get a head start on crafting this facsimile of the data pad.
Cool. So Eloise, when you arrive at the inn, you see Dex at one of the tables in the lobby.
I go upstairs.
Dex, you see Eloise. She is making her way towards the stairs leading to the rooms.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'll go knock on her door.
Yeah. I answer it. Hi.
Look, I know you're busy with important stuff. Can we have a conversation?
Okay. I step back and so he can come into my room.
Yeah, I'll step in. So you were extremely drunk last night.
That's allowed.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
But you said something that caught my attention, which is you said Dex is gonna shoot me.
Yes. I mean, I don't remember saying that, but I believe you.
Do you think I'm gonna shoot you?
Yeah.
For what?
I'm gonna cross the line of like what you think is okay. I'm going to get Porter his freedom, and you're not interested in that, and I think you will do what gunslingers do and decide what's okay. So, is that all?
You're so smart. And you just stop thinking as soon as you think you figured something out. There's such a huge gap between I cannot help you with this and I'm going to shoot you for this.
I don't see the distance.
Listen, because of who I am and what I believe, I cannot help deliver proto-martyr tech to the family. Are you going to kill a bunch of innocent people along the way?
I mean, no. I
Okay.
think nobody's
Are
gonna
you
get
going to
hurt.
hurt a lot of people for personal gain?
No? Well, a handful, probably.
Okay. Well, these bad things happen all the time on this planet. It's a really unfortunate reality. Not all of it warrants gunslinger.
I think that observational. The fact that you are here raises the probability of being shot by a gunslinger exponentially. The fact that you have insight into what is coming also raises that probability.
Sure, but
You
in
are
the same fashion, sleeping next to a campfire means you're a lot more likely to catch on fire, but it doesn't usually happen. I have
There's a-
just told you there's a pretty big gap between what I'm willing to do and what I think is worth shooting someone over.
I don't understand. I don't understand what he. That doesn't make any sense. If you won't
Why
help
doesn't it
Porter,
make sense?
because people need to. When you're friends with people and and they need something, you should do it because that's what's good and right, and you should want people to feel good, and if there's a way that will make them feel good, you should do it.
Okay, if I told you right now, I'd like you to cut off your arm because it'll make me feel good, would you cut off your arm?
No, because the payoff isn't equivalent.
I'm sorry that I am not a person who can do this for Porter. I will gladly and happily help him in the ways that I can. But this is a line that I can't cross. That is not the same as this is a line I have to shoot you for crossing.
But what is I know that you've tried to explain it already. Um,
Gunslingers are people, Eloise. I guess we just figure it out every time in the moment. God damn it, Isabel. Sorry, that's okay. Sorry, that's a personal thing. I'm telling you right now, unless
if
you
you had
decide
more
to do.
information,
I'm telling you right now, honest truth, swear on my heart. Unless you decide to commit some truly heinous and evil acts on your quest, I'm not going to stand in your way. I genuinely hope if this is what you and Porter decide to do, that it works out great for everyone.
If I don't have to do it clandestinely, then what if you had more information? Would it maybe change?
I guess
Is
it
it
depends
black?
on what the information is. I mean, I'll tell you right now, if the information is you're going to do a bunch of evil stuff, then yes, the likelihood that I guess I would have to make that call goes up.
But
But
how do I know what you determine is evil stuff?
Eloise, I promise you,
I don't
will
have the
not
same.
shoot you without telling you. I don't think you should do that. If you tell me a plan, I will tell you what I think about it. And that will every time happen before we go to the next thing. And I don't think we'll ever go to the next thing. But I'm starting to get a little bit better insight into the way you think about things, and that seems helpful.
What if it was just like? What if it was like real small? It'd be a lot easier if I had your help. What if it was? What if it's because he's using it already against people? So taking it to a person who is going to make it a collector's item and show it off to people seems on balance like a better thing.
How how do you know he's using it on people? How do you know what it is?
Well, I told Porter and then um and he was really disappointed in me. And so and then he said we were going to do it together and then um I don't know what he's doing now. I think I did it bad. Anyway, the um I used my abilities to talk to him and I made a deal which Porter said I am not allowed to keep even though the balance sheet is better. And so I had him show me it and it is a rifle that I presume will explode. And is I think a laser, but it was clean and recently used. And Porter said I was dumb for doing that. So
I guess I don't know what the deal is, but I don't. You can make a bad call and not be dumb.
did I disappoint you too?
No, no. I'm disappointed that you felt like you had to do it on your own. But that's not you disappointing me. That's just me.
But but that doesn't make any sense, Dex. Of course I had to do it on my own.
Always, you're really, really smart and extremely well educated about a lot of stuff. I'm starting to get the sense that people are the most complicated in the way that is most challenging for you. That's okay. Listen, you can't change the past. You have learned this information. You have made this deal. I don't know what that deal is.
It was a trade.
You're going to trade you for the gun?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't think that's a very good idea. And I don't think we should do that. But I guess it's all just kind of an arbitrary line, really. But I think if he's got a laser gun and he's using it on people, that's I can shoot him for that. We'll figure out what comes next after that, I guess.
Okay. Okay. I guess if okay. He needed me to get like 100 spurs, so I think that he probably thought that it would take a while. So I think we have more time.
Okay.
I
Well,
mean, I
we
do
can-
have 100 spurs though.
Look, that's a lot of money. It's neither here nor there. I mean, I think we can probably use the fact that he's expecting to make a trade to our advantage. I don't know how, but my gut says that's useful.
Okay. But I
I-
would do it though to protect you guys. Porter
Yeah, but
said
we
that
would
he
come
would
after
just come
you.
after. Yes, I have been told.
I appreciate the gesture. Listen, I know you have a definition of friends in your head. My understanding of friendship is not that friends will do anything for each other. But we do what we can. And just because we disagree doesn't mean we're suddenly not friends. Gus and I argued more than we got, like, along, really, most of the ride to Waypoint. I trust him with my life.
Yeah. You guys have something I don't.
I don't know if that's true, but even if it is, so
Right. I should probably start working on this.
yeah, I'll let you get to work. I just felt like an important conversation to have.
I have duly noted that you will let me know if you are going to shoot me before you do it.
I promise.
Okay. I would do you the same courtesy, but I don't have any. I can't. I would miss, so it wouldn't matter.
If you want to do me the same courtesy, you can let me know if you're about to, I don't know, activate a powerful contraption or use a truly devastating illuminated power or something along the lines.
I wouldn't do that.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
All right, well, I'll let you get to work.
You could stay in here if you wanted.
I mean, if I'm not in your way.
I mean, if you move out of the way, you won't be in my way.
Okay.
Okay. Start working.
All right.
Start working.
So you have this large volume data pad. And right now, because you don't have the specs for how to make it like pass as a military under inspection, my understanding is right now your goal is to work on some sort of sabotage for it, so that if it is they try to use it, something happens. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
Sure. So data pads all run kind of on similar technology. So it has to be able to turn on and then error out. So I was going to sort of remove the casing, because it's going to have to go in anyway in a different casing that I make once I see it. And then start working on the circuitry so that when it will basically superheat and sort of like fizzle and error out and then turn off.
Okay.
And that way it will hopefully be convincing as it like errors out during boot up, so I don't have to know anything about what's going to be on the screen when it boots up.
Okay. And the other question I have is we had talked about like basically the different like efficacies of like them being able to like undo what you've done and stuff like that will kind of determine the class of this project that you're working on. And I think you were trying to go for class 3, right? So that it was like really, really hard to undo.
Yeah, I don't have the time to make it a class 4 item. So class 3 is what I was hoping for.
Okay, cool.
I'm not yet a master crafter.
You can you can shorten the time a little bit, but okay. So yeah, go ahead and roll technology.
Okay.
Since you're not cutting corners, you're trying to accumulate 6 successes. Every time you roll, it's going to be a day and a half, because your Omni tool cuts it down to that.
I would like to help, but not in any mechanical sense. Just like whatever Eloise needs, I'm like happy to get out of the way, hand you stuff. Just be there so you can bounce ideas off of my head that I don't understand. I don't want to roll this 1 die at a target of 4. I smell disaster.
So is this a gadget or specialty item?
Yeah, it's a gadget.
Okay. And then my Omni tool also gives me +1, right?
Yeah, if it's excellent quality.
It is. Start. Okay. So I naturally got 5 hits, so I will twist the knife for the remaining 1 hit.
Okay.
Is there anything that if I were to like say twist the knife again, that it would do?
Yeah, because you're not crafting an item. We are using the crafting table to determine how long a project like this would do, but we are fully in like just general like tech roll type thing. So the more successes you get, just the more effective it will be for your goal.
Okay.
You've already rolled with you twisting the knife. You've already gotten enough successes that this is only going to take you a day and a half, even though you have 4 days before the major is supposed to arrive in town. So you're good on that. Any additional successes just make it that much harder for them to either undo or troubleshoot, or if you wanted to have additional like effects or features, like it's all up to you.
Okay. Well, before I rolled, I had full grit.
Yeah, you're at 10 grit now.
And if I'm gonna have to roll machinery to craft the casing, or is it technology again?
It depends. You have to
Okay.
get a look at this thing and see how much of it is just going to be like mechanical cosmetics, and how much, like, if it has any additional features or verifications that you need to, like, fake out.
Okay. Then I will twist the knife 2 more times to make it 8.
I have so much grit. And now Eloise has...
I mean, it's 3 instances. You don't get 2 grit per instance.
I know,
Same.
but now I have 13 grit.
Yeah.
And you have 6.
I do. I
That
think
the data pad looks like those dumb laptops that are like metal on the outside for some reason. You know, those
Tough books.
So you have the casing of this thing completely broken apart. You know that you're gonna have to spend a day and a half working on this. So like you're not like done in one go. But you're pretty sure that you've made some good progress. You've kind of mapped out. I'm Porter now. You kind of mapped out your plan basically. So right now, like today, like tonight, working like with Dex in the room, what you've done is you've taken it apart, you've analyzed and categorized all of it. Dex, you see a thing that I think only Porter has seen in action, which is Eloise takes time like recreating the characteristics and components that of the things she's working on, and in like a hologram basically, so that she can test and work on it and like get like basically do test runs on things. And you watch as like she kind of like fully recreates the guts of this machine in a full-on hologram that's projected from her Omni tool, and then starts like tweaking it and moving those holograms around and like making little tweaks and seeing if it's going to short out in the way she wants. She's like running a bunch of like basically doing a bunch of like tests and like simulations before she starts working. And Eloise, you figured out like you're pretty good, like you got it, you're pretty set. Like you, at the end of tonight, you are like, sweet, cool, I can get this done. I can get this done tomorrow afternoon.
Right. Great. Yeah, I'll work on it. Iron Man.
Yeah. So that's what Eloise and Dex are up to for most of the afternoon and evening. Porter, you were also brewing, but you basically working this afternoon. You're able to finish up the amount of time from your first roll, so you still had another roll, right, that you needed to hit.
I think I completed the second row
Oh, cool.
last session.
Okay.
I actually wanted to start a new project, if that's all right.
Yeah. What are you going to work on?
So something that I think would be helpful for this particular heist is some short-term memory loss tonic. So I'm going to start on that as well.
Okay. Okay,
sorry,
so that's...
I don't know if you can hear the car alarm going off in my neighborhood, but I'm sorry.
I did hear it's like very, very quiet. I heard just a little something like, and I was like, oh, I wonder if like a kitchen alarm's going off or something.
Quite annoying for me, so I'm glad it's quiet for you.
Yeah. So this is a tier 3 property. Um, and yeah, same deal. So it's tier 3. Every roll. Now you can't cut this in half unless you want to cut corners and make it lower quality, which makes it easier to resist. And then you just you roll first aid. It's gonna take 3 first aid cubes, and
3.
Yeah, and go ahead and roll first aid. You are attempting to get. You're trying to accumulate 6. And every time you roll, it's going to take 3 days time. You have 4 days before the major comes into town. Now, if you want to cut corners, it's a day and a half per roll.
I'd like to try and not cut corners because I'm already not making it extra potent. So
Okay, cool.
oh, all right. Okay, all right. So, I'm going to spend 2 grits to play down to the gallery.
Okay, 2 grit. That puts you at
See if this pays off.
8, and me at 14.
Okay. Reroll that. Okay, that's good. And then I am also going to spend 2 grit to twist the knife as well, so that I can just make this in the 3 days required.
Okay.
I hate giving you all that grit though. I hate it.
I got 15 grit, y'all.
It's gonna go right to my limbs. I can feel
I
it.
gotta get in a fist fight with Tommy later. Can we not?
All right, so that's 4 uses then. 4 short-term memory loss cubes after 3 days. I'll work on this in that period.
Okay. Hell yeah, dude. All right. Sweet. So, Porter, you start brewing that up. You know it's going to take a 3-day process, so you kind of right now you're actually just fabricating and prepping the ingredients tonight.
Good.
Gus, how long do you hang out at the FPC hideout? Are you do you have anything else you do today, or are you just kind of like hanging out there and soaking in the scene?
Honestly, for the next couple of days, I think Gus is like in and out of the hideout, just trying to get to know the folks there and like wanting to know more about their like philosophy, and sort of what past things they've done for Coalition and like what brought them there and why they believe. He's extremely interested in these people in this group.
Okay. Let's so we know that Eloise is working on a thing for the next day and a half. So I said tomorrow afternoon, but it's actually a day after the afternoon the following day, because she's gonna have to work full 24 hours and then 12 hours on top of that. And then Porter is busy. So we will go. Here's what we're gonna do, Gus. Who do you want to start with getting to know? You have plenty of opportunity. They're all in and out a lot. Mostly the only one who's not like actively doing a ton of things is Kit. Everyone else seems to be like on task, running errands, doing stuff. They're out of the hideout for a while. They come back. No one's eating food at like the same time. They're not like having like family style like dinners on the on like that central table. But like you can catch people in and out at various points. So who do you want to start with?
Sorry, this is just a random question. Do they seem to like talk to each other at all?
A little
do they
bit.
seem friendly?
Yeah, I mean, like to a degree, they seem very task oriented. You're really quickly able to pick up that's because they're doing a lot of things to prep for this extremely like dangerous heist that's at the end of the week. So like basically they're like trying to ask around and like figure out what saloon Nichols is likely to be at. They're trying to like get information on like the past times Nichols has visited, so they know where they are going to probably be, because you guys have to basically the plan as you guys have it formed right now is to try and get people in position to inconspicuously gather intel on the data pad so that Eloise can make a proper like refabrication of its housing. And so they're trying to get all the information so it's not just like 8 people hanging out in like in a saloon that they've never been before, like sitting there staring at like the militiamen. So like they're like Truman and Truman seems to like
Maggie.
Truman and Maggie seem to be on like that kind of stuff. Same with Orion. They're like basically they're doing like a lot of the legwork to make it so that like you guys know where to be and when to be there, to make your plan come to fruition. And the only person who doesn't really have any legwork to do is Kit, because Kit doesn't have a lot to do until it comes time to lift the things. So like they're just making sure Kit stays out of sight and like is like not going to get like pinched or compromised ahead of time, anything like that. So Kit's laying low because he's like extremely important to the plan. But everything else, it's like they're in work mode. Like they talk a little bit. They're not unfriendly with each other. Orion doesn't like talk a ton in general. Truman and Maggie spend a lot of time down that hallway behind that closed door. But even still, like you're like the person who's like the constant there is Kit, so you can always see like his interactions with them, and like no one is unfriendly or mean. They're just usually like popping in, grabbing some food, maybe like checking, like to be like, hey, here's a report on like what's going on. All right, I'm gonna be here this afternoon. Okay, and then they like split off.
Then I think,
yeah, who do you want to start with?
I think Gus catches like Maggie has to like move some intel files around, like some boxes or whatever. And Gus is just like, oh, hey, let me, hey, Maggie, let me help you out with that.
Okay. Gus, you can either roll. I'll give you 3 different choices for skills to roll.
Athletics.
One is nice try. One, I lifted it so well. She tells me about herself. That only works with Saoirse. So one is discipline, just to get a read, right? Another one is connections, because that's literally like one of the uses for connections is to try to like figure out who to talk to and like stuff like that and get information on like people in general. And you're doing it on a much smaller scale than it's usually done, but even still you are basically rolling connections against this group. And then if your third option is to not roll shoot the shit, but do the shoot the shit roll where you roll just personality as an attribute only test. So it's connections, discipline, or personality as an attribute only test.
Oh God. Yeah, shoot the shit is my highest target of those at 7. And honestly, what I think Gus is most trying to do.
Yeah,
anyways.
I mean, it's extremely accurate to what you're trying to do, which is why it's an option. Yeah. Okay, but it's not shoot the shit. You're not rolling shoot the shit. I'm just allowing you to roll an attribute only test for what you're attempting to do.
All right. It's a success.
Okay, how high of a success is it? Because I have an 8.
Oh, it's a 6. I didn't realize it was a contested roll.
It is.
She doesn't want it. She doesn't want to shoot the shit.
That's why I said you're not rolling shoot the shit. You are rolling an attribute only test in lieu of a skill, because the thing you're doing doesn't necessarily fall into any one skill.
If only it could have been manipulate. That would have actually gone better for me. Oh well. Yeah, it's a 6.
Yeah. Okay. So, so she got 1 net success over you, so you don't get a lot on Maggie. But like mostly like one thing you get really early, really quick, which was probably easy to read initially, is like Maggie is just like very much just like what needs to be done, I'm gonna do that. That's kind of her role here. And so she she's the one you get the least amount of like time to talk to.
Yeah.
Maybe like second most, it's hard to say between Orion and Maggie who is less available to you. But I think Maggie is just slightly less available to you than Orion. And
going to Orion first just seems like a bad play to Gus anyways, based on literally everything Gus has seen or heard about Orion.
yeah. But you are able to like catch her at one point when she you help her with the files and that frees her up to like go and like get some food. And while she's there, you're able to kind of like, just like mention like get her basically talking a little bit about why she joined. And she doesn't speak directly about it. But she says well, I ran into some folk who basically wanted to do some harm on account of what I am. And they picked the wrong target, and I took care of them. But they had friends, and I had to lay low. I heard about the FPC. Made my way over to Las Brasas after getting in contact with Truman, and that was 8 years ago. It was just starting out then. Or wait, no, that's not true. It couldn't have been 8 years ago. That was 3 years ago. So it was just getting started then.
Yeah. And how have you liked it since then? Has it been what you sort of imagined you were sent out for?
Absolutely. We're making a difference. I mean, most of it's small. What we're doing this weekend, this is one of the biggest things we've attempted to do. Mostly we just help people find safe passage or get them in contact with other cells or with the Raven.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a way station for people. And, we do some work locally, but Las Brasas ain't too bad. Most of the time.
Sure. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, it seems like a real good mission that y'all got. I mean, obviously, I ain't never heard some of those words directed my way. So, by which I mean to say, I have heard those words directed my way. Words are confusing. Yeah, I don't know, it's tough, and it's only getting tougher out there. It would be nice. I don't know, it'd be nice. What we're doing against Brimstone and everything, it feels good. It feels solid. It feels like solid work. But I don't keep jutting up against, when Brimstone, if we sink Brimstone down into the Badlands, those assholes at a bar in, some podunk town in Badlands, they ain't changing their ways all of a sudden. I hope we can connect sort of what we're doing to the people. You know what I mean?
Bad people are allowed to be bad when the laws and people in power share their views.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I think there's an interesting line between bad people and people with bad ideas. I think one's easier to correct than the other. Well, they get corrected in very different ways.
That seems like a line that is only drawn by opportunity to do bad things. And she finishes her meal and sets it down and says, "You have a good night," and heads upstairs.
Yeah, I hope you do too, Max. Sort of like gets a chill and he like just goes for a walk. Oh, Jesus. Alana. Ooh.
All right. Who would you? Our first, Dex. Is there anything else you're doing over the next few days? We know what Eloise and Porter are up to, at least for a little while. In the long term, besides like just like eating and in general, you too. If like you have any like things any small tasks you want to do on the side of you crafting, please speak up. Like if you want to talk to somebody or anything, like you're not nose to the grindstone like 24 hours, you know. It's
Yeah, so I have no money.
So you just kind of live the monk lifestyle in the inn. Like they have a couple meals that come with the room.
I mean, honestly, it's like significantly more luxurious than being a monk.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I'm like I hang out with Eloise a bit, but certainly at some point, like it's just got to be more useful to have the extra space and me not there to continue doing the work. And so like Dex is around, but has again no money.
Yeah. This is actually something that is like one of your earlier trainings, even before you like way before you get to like learning about shooting or anything like that. Like one of the like earlier lessons you remember learning up at the peak is just like sometimes you just gotta wait. like they like had you like go and watch for like a specific type of like predatory animal that like they had no, like they were like, there's no telling when it's going to show up. One day it will, and it's your job to tell us when it does. Because when it does, we're going to hunt it before it can eat our livestock. and so you just had to literally just do waiting for your job.
Sometimes the next thing that happens is just the next thing that happens, and it's a mile away.
So
yeah, like Dex is around if people want to like hang out in a way that doesn't cost money or like.
I mean, is there any like odd jobs that Dex could undertake?
that would be
Like a
if
couple
Dex
spurs?
wanted to.
Like Dex not having money is not a like, damn, I gotta get some money. It's like, well, there's a bunch of stuff that like I just don't do now. I don't know. I guess I'll like walk around. Like, you know, when you're a gunslinger, occasionally, you know, side jobs pop up. People run into the street screaming about how evil they are.
That doesn't happen in Las Brazas.
It's actually never happened, but I'm told, I've read that it could.
Enlighten the darkness.
So much light in the darkness.
Yeah, there was, oh god, it's like the 4th issue where some dude like runs out into the middle of the street and he's like, I've done it. I've solved the equation that ends all life, and now I'll read it aloud. And then Rico shoots him. It's a really
He was
good
about to
issue.
shoot him, and then he was like, oh, he's been mind controlled. And then he went up into the saloon, and there's a guy up there mind controlling this guy.
He shoots that guy.
He shoots that guy.
Well,
It's a good issue.
Yeah.
I know that one thing that Porter wanted to do. I think that Las Brasas is too much of an artisan town for me opening up the cart would be useful as out. So I know that I've got a few things that I'd like to drop by, like a weaponry store and probably a pharmacist as well. And I know that I almost said PAX. Oh my goodness, wrong game. I know that L went to the Staple Creations, and I think he'll just like have. I don't know. Can I actually drag that gun? Can I carry the gun, just not wield it, or do I need somebody to help me carry this giant gun that I have out of the way to the nearest?
Do you have a
weaponry
heavy
store?
firearm?
I do.
You can-
Who's
It's uncomfortable because if you're going to
Yeah.
Artisan Alley or anywhere like that to try and
It
like
help you carry it.
like-
Neither of us are strong, but like together. Hey,
Also, Gus is
together I bet we
around.
have 3. I bet together we have 6 strength, right? Come on.
we probably do.
Please.
Let's see. I got 2 muscle. Now is it 4? Well,
Is around if you need him.
No,
He's not always about everything.
It's not so heavy that you can't move it around. It's just like extreme. It's like not comfortable. It would be nicer if you had a cart or something.
Before I do that, I'm not gonna make a cart, but can I just use a machinery cube and form it into like one of those little swivelly wheels so that it's like, you know, it's like a gun on wheels, like a backpack, you know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
Just have me carry
you make a little wheeled carrying case for the gun. It's funny because you've chosen something that's really not that effective in a place like settlement in the Badlands where there's not like concrete and stuff. So like
Great.
You're still like going over like earth with like these tiny wheels with this heavy thing. So like there's moments where the like you struggle along the way. It's not easy, but it is easier than you lugging it like on your back.
Okay.
In a lot of ways. But yeah, you can take that over. Which gun is this?
This is whose gun? I'm trying to remember who I took it from. But it's the high quality, let's see. Excellent quality, heavy firearm that's scary big with enhanced sights and the underbarrel grenade tube. I think it's from those bandits that we attacked.
Yeah, that we fought with Caldwell.
Yeah, that's
the bandits in the bunker.
That's Kyle Peters. He was the arsonist. Yeah.
Coil, yeah, and so him and his incendiary firearm ammo.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Roll connections for me. You've been to Las Brasas before, so I'm not going to give you any modifier on like knowing roughly where to go. Basically, you're trying to find somebody who's going to give you a decent deal on this.
Right.
Are you looking to trade, or are you looking to get spurs out of this?
I'm looking for spores for this, but I'd like to trade when I visit the pharmacist.
Okay, cool.
No, not these ones. Yeah, okay. Still here. Making sure that I don't have any additional things. Is this not? Never mind. I'm right. I'll just take the 3 hits for that.
Okay. What were the mods on that thing? It had a grenade tube, enhanced sights.
Yeah, that's right. It was regular scary big, regular enhanced sights, regular underbarrel grenade tube, but the firearm itself is excellent quality.
Okay, and then incendiary.
Right. Also standard for those.
Okay. So you've been here like basically when you were first when you first left Markham's Landing, you came to like you were sent to like this region first. You didn't like take the train. Instead you used one of the family connections to get transport, quick transport, aerial transport to buy a station. And then you got hooked up with like your wagon, and then you swung through Las Brasas as like basically between Las Brasas and Tobias Station, you were able to kind of like set up your shop for the most part. Just like your initial stock, right? And then you hit the road and kind of meandered your way to Waypoint. Because you knew that's where you wanted to actually operate out of, partially because that's where you were told to get out of the you were like told like stay in Fort Dearborn. You're like, well, if I'm gonna operate out of Fort Dearborn, I'm gonna do it out of Waypoint. So you basically you haven't been to Lost Bosses like maybe only like once since you were first like starting up shop here, but because of like the time you were here, you did meet a few different shop owners because you were collecting supplies here and there.
Right, strike up a good relationship.
Yeah. So you know that a gun like this is probably going to work. Like, you're probably going to find someone who's interested in giving you spurs for it in the Metalworks Association, one of the smiths, because there'd be no need to sell to any of the mining operations. And like the various like hardware stores and general stores around, like they're not going to be interested in something like this. This is too specialized. You also know that like the thing with the artisans is if they're buying something, they're very seldomly buying it to just sell it again, because that's not what they do. They create their own things. But like if it is like a baseline that they can work off of, or it's made out of good enough materials that they could use the materials, like they'll buy it. But oftentimes when someone is buying something for parts and not to resell, the price gets pushed down a little bit more. All that being said, you know of Lorenzo Morris, who is an artisan who has a shop in Artisan's Alley, and you know that his style of like crafting is a lot more like repurposing things. He doesn't fabricate a lot of the materials himself. So you know that you're more likely to be able to sell him stuff to like to work off of. Comparatively, like to compare to like Staples, like they make all their stuff like usually from their own materials or from really high quality materials, and as a result, like their stuff looks more sleek and streamlined and like standardized. Like that's why Eloise was able to recognize that crossbow was made by the same person, because it's like basically like, you know, the make and model like of a car type thing, right? Like they have their design elements that they fabricate from the ground up. Whereas Morris doesn't do that. Morris, for the most part, I mean, he does a little bit, but his style of crafting is it's almost like a little bit more. It's like the artisan's version of antiquing. Right, where like basically he takes like old things, refurbishes them, and like soups them up a whole lot. So like his stuff isn't as standardized as say the Staples creations. But you go to Morris's shop. Morris isn't in right now, but the shopkeep there, like who is an artisan in training, is able to appraise the gun for you, and offer you 28 spurs.
And that's for the gun?
That's for the gun and the ammo.
And the ammo as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I think I've probably yeah. That's fine. I think I'll just take the deal. I think that makes the most sense. I want to maintain this relationship, so rather than trying to wheedle anything more out of him, 28 spurs sounds fair.
Yeah, I mean it's relatively fair. It's like you know it's cheaper than if you were to go to someone who was going to resell it by far. You know that they're mostly using it for parts, but like the like total cost of like supplies for this gun is a bit more than that, but not by a ton. So they're getting a slightly better deal, but you also know that they're not really going to bargain with you. That was part of your connections role, is like, this is going to be the best deal you're going to find in town.
That makes sense.
Because people here craft their own things.
Of course.
So you get 28 spurs. You know, and basically like you walk in, you have like, you're in their ledger, like, as someone who has like traded with them in the past. They, you know, take apart the gun slightly to like check to make sure it's all good. And they like take it all and they're like, right, well, 28 spurs for you, Mr. Janus, always a pleasure.
Likewise, if I come across any gigantic weaponry, I'll be sure to bring it to you first, my friend.
And he shakes your hand and then immediately gets to like starting to disassemble parts of the gun, like immediately like breaks off the detaches the grenade tube and starts like, you know, breaking that down to its core components.
Sure.
Just all right. And then you said you wanted to also do something at the pharmacy.
I'd like to find the pharmacist. Maybe somebody a little bit like seedier.
Okay.
Because I also have like this. I've got some things that I'd like to give them that I'm not going to use, and I'm not going to give them to anybody else. So maybe they could make better use of them.
Got it.
Like a street pharmacist. There's probably a name for that.
Street pharmacist sounds right. I can't think of anything else.
Are you trying to find someone who doesn't run like a legitimate pharmacy, or maybe someone who has like family connections?
I mean, I want to sell. No, I don't want to go that far.
Okay.
I just want to find somebody. Yeah,
Who's gonna ask
not
for your
trying to
questions?
sell my valuable things.
We're just trying to sell drugs.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead. Let's wrap that into another connections roll. I'll have you roll it at a -4, and we'll come back to you.
Sounds good.
Dex, you're walking about town. You get a really good layout of the town. If there's like basically any moment where I'm like, you need to like get from one side of town to the next really quickly, like you know the routes, you know. Yeah, you now have a pretty good mental map of Las Brasas and the different areas. But no one runs out into the middle of the street saying that they're evil for you to shoot them.
I mean, that's good. Honestly.
Gus, who is the next person you want to try and have a talk with?
I need to stop muting myself. Honestly, the only other person I think Gus is trying to talk to is he's trying to talk to Orion just a little bit, but he's not taking the same tact of like sort of schmoozing with him. He's just gonna like sit down with Orion and go, "Hey, so we throwing full punches at this thing or?"
Orion like looks up from like his meal, like sizes you up and goes, "Yeah, well, we have to make it convincing, so give me your best shot, big guy."
Yeah, I ain't no carny wrestler who can sort of, stop up a foot short and still have it. Yeah, let's we can it looks like we can handle a punch or two ourselves.
Yep.
I heard about you got in a fight with 3 guys the other day and didn't come out with a scratch on you.
His face falls a little bit. And he drops his like fork onto the plate and leans back and goes, "What are you trying to ask me here, girly?"
Are you gonna kill those guys?
He just shrugs.
Why'd you fight them?
Wanted to.
All right. I mean, I ain't here to preach to you.
Good. And he grabs his fork again and starts going and eating.
All right, Orion. We'll throw some punches at each other. We'll have a real good time out there.
Sounds good. And finishes up his food, drops his plate by the sink, and then makes his way upstairs. If you wanted to try to get a read on him, you could roll discipline, but
well, yeah, why not? I like rolling dice. I got a bunch of dice here sitting here begging to be rolled. Sit here next to me at work all day, like Roman, roll me. I'm like, I can't. I'm in status right now.
You're up against a 5.
Ooh, that's beatable. but I didn't do it.
Okay. So Eloise, you do finish up your thing after a day and a half. You still have time. You still have 2 more days before the major is expected. Is there anything else you want to get into?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Cause like Porter's doing his thing and Gus is not really around and and Dex is I guess just walking.
I mean, you honestly you see Dex more than anyone else over these 4 days.
I have to come back for all the meals.
Yeah, you and Dex basically for these 4 days are eating together for every meal.
Oh.
And like every once in a while, like Porter passes through, and like maybe like once or twice Porter is there to eat with the two of you. But a lot of times he's like grabbing food and moving back to like keep working on like this very, very intricate tonic that he is. He's not going full mad scientist, but he is working really hard.
I just watched him wheel a giant gun through town. He's going a little bit full mad scientist.
There's like a slightly weird smell coming from Porter's room.
Yeah, I think maybe I don't. I think I go to the LRC tower and then pace in front of it a lot and then leave.
Is that like
It's the most exciting thing that I do?
a thing you do frequently, or just do that once during like?
I think I do it like once or twice, like trying to get the nerve up to do it.
Okay, well, one of the times you go there, Tori is operating it, unless you're not going to the northern LRC tower.
Oh no, that's the closer one, so I go there. Yeah.
Yeah, there's one time where you stop by and Tori goes, "Elle!
Hey.
Howdy, how can I help you?"
Oh, I was
also it's not the Tori Cazado that you saw, but it's different. She is like in a workman's like
standard gear
jumpsuit, has like the tool belt. Like she looks like an LRC operator. Her hair, which was much more styled when she was at Suze's, is like pulled back in a more utilitarian, like out of her hair thing. You actually catch her while she's kneeling against the side using her mag belt and like fixing one of the sensors, and she just kind of like calls down to you.
Yeah. I just came by to admire your handiwork. So anyway, it looks great.
Is that it? And then you run away?
And then I run away.
As you run away, she just like calls out like, "Good seeing you."
You too.
As you're like disappearing around a corner.
Yeah.
Cool, perfect.
Did you run here?
Yes. Yeah, I did. Yes.
Everything okay?
Yes.
So, friend, when you squint your eyes and try and see what I'm thinking after you answer, it makes it seem like you're lying.
Yeah, no, I just I went somewhere and then I was like, oh, maybe I don't want to be here. And then someone recognized me, and then they were like, "Hi," and I was like, "Oh no, I didn't. I don't want to be here anymore," and I ran away.
You go to the LRC tower?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Porter, what'd you get on your connections roll? Also, did I tell you a negative? Because I meant to tell you a negative.
You said -4, and
Cool.
I got 4 hits. So
Oh my God,
that
Porter!
must have turned your pipe and
Oh my
smoke.
God, we just had to get Porter to town.
Been waiting for the last process, baby.
We had to plug him in at a real outlet.
You guys are getting battery operated Porter up until now. He's in his fucking element now. Yeah. You know somebody. Please write down the name Mame Gallagher.
Mame.
Yeah. She is a pharmacist here in Las Brasas, who is like on the northern edge of town. She's got pretty slim pickings, as far as like, you know, that she's better for trade, for sure. Because she mostly like, it takes like, what takes you a couple days to brew, it takes her like a month to brew, right? Like, she's just like, for the neighborhood she is in, and like this being like a pharmacist in like a Badlands settlement, like she's not terrible. She's like basically, you know that you know that Dr. O'Donovan in Waypoint is like exceptional when it comes to like doctors that are stationed in settlements. Most doctors that are stationed in settlements are like, you broke your ankle, we should cut off the foot. It's okay, we can get you something to like replace it, but like I can't make that go back right.
Right.
It's like, it's broken too bad for me. And they're like, you know, they can get people through like sicknesses, but like their remedies are all poor quality. And so Gallagher kind of just like runs that gamut. She's a little bit above, like she can make a couple things like standard quality, but for the most part, she makes like poor quality stuff. But she's really nice, and she has really fair pricing for the people in like who are like, you know, north side residences, which is good because a lot of people in north side residences are like, you know, blue collar, like, you know, working just to get by. So you know that because of the realities of her skill level and station, that she doesn't really ask a lot of questions. If someone is coming with like good product or good supplies, like she'll make a trade with them. She'll find a way to make the deal work. She'll owe them a favor, like stuff like that. Like, and you like, when you came back to Las Brasas the second time, you did business with her, and like, she likes you. She likes you a lot. So when you walk in, she is, like wayfish thin, woman in her like 60s maybe. And she, looks up, sees you, and goes, "Porter Janus, as I live and breathe." And she wheels out from behind the counter in her wheelchair, and like comes up to you and like just like pulls you down for a hug.
If it is my favorite Mame Gallagher, how are you doing, miss?
She like pushes you back, looks at you, and goes, "Boy, you look good."
Well, I've been traveling with some good companions lately.
"Well, I'm glad to hear it. What brings you around my parts?"
Oh, just some business. I'm looking for some folk, and well, you know, we found them, and so I figured with the extra time on my hands, I'd come down and visit you. Maybe see if you'd like to do some trade.
There it is. What you got for me?
Well, starting off, I've got definitely a couple of does she mostly deal in tonics, as in like positive effects, or does she kind of run the gamut?
I mean, oh, you mean like toxins and tonics?
Right.
She does some toxins. Toxins have some uses that aren't just like poisoning people.
Sure.
You know, sometimes you have like pests you need to deal with, and by pests I mean like monsters, because it's manifest. Like, so like it's not completely unheard of. It's not like her primary thing, but she still trades in them. Especially
Fair
because
enough.
sometimes she is selling to people who are going to use them to hurt people.
Fair enough. Well, I've got I just realized what did I want to give away? Right. I've got a paralyzing tonic. I've got a muscle tonic as well.
Are you giving how many doses of each of these?
One of each.
One of each.
No.
So paralyze, and what was the other one?
Paralyze. A +1 muscle. That's a tier 3. Sorry, tier 2.
Okay.
And then I've got these beautiful little euphoria tonics that I've just got no use for them, but I figure something like some of the people that drop in might enjoy them.
Absolutely, those will sell. How many euphoria tonics?
4 of the euphoria tonics. They are poor quality and tier 1. That is not how I'm selling them.
Oh, okay. You're making her think you made these, because okay. Given the fact that you got 4 successes on your connections roll with her, and the like your history with her, there's no roll. You just she just automatically assumes that these are ones you've brewed, and therefore they are going to be at least standard, if not excellent quality. To your you're not like totally like scamming her, because you know that she doesn't know you've gotten as good as you are now, because she knew you when you were more or less starting out. So like she knows that you had a bit of a talent for it, that you kind of like were equal to or a little bit better than her. But like she basically expects nothing lower than standard quality from you. And so she speaks and behaves as if that is going to be the case, and you just don't correct her. Like she just snaps to like, yes, absolutely, because she knows like that you're gonna make like a good euphoria tonic, and you're like, haha, this one isn't one I made. This is gonna be bad. They're gonna have a hangover.
It's just a bad batch. That'll be fine.
Okay, so 4 low quality, but you're selling them as standard quality. Euphoria tonics. 1 high quality paralyze.
Tommy, you muted yourself.
I was doing math.
You did it again. Oh, because you're doing math.
I'm doing math. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Tommy needs absolute silence from himself when he does math.
The thing is, the stream can hear me even when I mute myself in Discord. Okay, so my question was, what's the quality of the other tonics?
Right, that makes sense. So the paralyzing tonic, that is excellent quality, tier 3, and the +1 muscle is excellent quality, tier 2.
Okay. So you lay all this out. She like glances at them a little bit. She's willing to. She basically like looks and goes, "Well, I'm willing to take all this in. Absolutely. I mean, you make good stuff, and I can definitely find uses for all of these. What is it? You're looking for yourself? I mean, unless you're just coming by here dropping off this batch out of the kindness of your own heart, because that's how the world works, right?"
That's exactly how the world works. I mean, I look at that smile, and it's worth easily as much as these tonics. Just look at you.
Excellent,
But that's
great.
not the
And she
case.
starts like moving them
All
towards.
right. Now I was hoping for some healing tonics, and then possibly if you have any lose sense tonics, I'd love to trade for some of those.
Remove sense. Let's see. Does she have that? She does.
Excellent.
She has a 4 quality remove sense. Blind basically. Tonic. She goes, well, I got something for that. Sometimes I gotta operate on people's eyes, and I take this. It stops them from getting all wigged out. And
That's smart.
she sets it down. She goes, that one's my own brew, which means it's gonna be poor quality. And then you said healing tonics as well.
That's right.
Okay. Let's take a look. So yeah, she has she goes, well, this is what I got for remove sense. It's a good blindness tonic. And then well, this is what I have in stock for healing tonics. And you see 5 tier 1 healing tonics that are all standard quality. And you know that 2 would be a deal for her, and 3 would be a deal for you. Anything above 3 would be just like maybe you kind of taking advantage.
Right. 1 blindness, 3 tier 1 healing. Do I know from my experience with her what her side effects tend to be?
You can I mean, you can analyze like with your first aid. I'm not gonna make you roll for it because you have time. She's not pressuring you or anything like that. Like you.
I was gonna
So
say,
basically, she's got 5
I didn't
lined
know
up.
if that was just rude, you know.
Yeah, she's got 5 lined up, and you're like, you're checking them, and like you pull out your med kit, and she goes, "Oh, you got the fancy gear now. Look at you, proper doctor."
Yeah, had the upgrade when I started traveling with people. They expect quality.
And she goes, yeah, you're rubbing shoulders with different folk than me. But you're able to like kind of analyze them. She's not offering you all 5. She is giving you the opportunity to pick which ones you want. She hasn't told you how many she wants to give you in trade. She's letting you basically set the price of the trade. So these all have different side effects.
Fun.
All right, I need you to remember this. One of them makes after the person takes it, they become deaf. As a short-lived effect. So deafened. And then the other one is gut rot, which is it immediately deals the damage back to you that you would have healed unless you spend grit. Well, you can spend grit, and then it's that's it. No other side effect.
Right.
It's just spend a grit to heal 3 hit points. So let's see. Next one is hallucinations.
All right.
Next one is migraine. And the last one is feeble-minded, which makes you more susceptible to illuminated attack.
Sure.
And migraine makes it so when you're in the presence of bright light like sunlight, you have negatives. And hallucinations is pretty self-explanatory. You see stuff that's
I
not
think
there.
that one makes sense. Kind of a problem, but it's fun at least. All right. I'd love to take that blindness tonic off your hands, and let's see. How about this one? I pick up the deaf one.
Mhm.
This one, I'll pick up the gut rot one. And then this one, I pick up the hallucination one, and I'll pause. And I'll say, and what do you say to throwing in 2 first aid cues from a trouble?
2 first aid cues. Roll a manipulate. Roll a manipulate. I'll give you a -2.
That's fair. I almost don't want to succeed. I just want it to seem like I have quality goods. That's all. It's not my first impression.
No, the side effect of a very good connections roll is it's not a first impression.
Exactly. All right, that's fine. -2, you said.
Yep. You're up against a 10. She did not roll terribly.
No, she did not. Ooh. Well. Right. I've got 2 hits over a 10 because I got 2 10s.
Okay. She sits there, like, kind of like scratching at her, like, chin and neck a little bit, like, isn't 100% sure, and then, like, looks over to your tonics and goes, "All right, Mr. Janus. Sure. Well, you've done me this solid in the past. I can go ahead and sweeten the pot a little bit for you." And she collects some materials together and says, "You really are big time now, aren't you?"
Well, I'm clawing and scratching my way up just the same as anybody else.
Well, you just remember next time you roll through Las Brasas, scales tipped a little bit in your favor, so I expect you to take the thumb off next time. She gives you a wink.
Oh, you know I will. And how many times do I have to tell you? It's not Mr. Janus. You call me Porter, same as I call you Mame. Isn't that right?
I can't stay mad at you. Come here. And she pulls you down for another hug. She goes, "Now get out of here before I change my mind." "Goddamn,
right,
grifter
cheers,
more
dude.
like it." And she wheels back behind and starts like collecting the tonics and like sorting them.
I
I
feel
love
compelled
mine.
to point out the like mirror of there was an old lady that Kinsey met who he never did a goddamn thing to, and she hated him. And
Yep.
there's this old lady that Porter knows who he just fully, and she loves him.
So, might I propose a new series just called Porter Meeting Old Friends Again? It's the best every time.
Oh, God.
Porter makes friends wherever he goes, and sometimes enemies, but mostly friends.
Mostly friends. Mostly friends who don't know they're my enemy yet. Or enemies who don't know they're my friends, which is more useful. Happens more rarely though. So in that deal, I believe a deal was tilted in my favor.
Yep, that's 1 XP for everyone.
And I certainly accepted a trade for products instead of money. So I will take 1 grit, please.
Grit. All right, Porter's up to 7 grit.
You also hit a third one because you still have you
I
exaggerate
restocked
something.
my inventory.
Yep.
And an item's usefulness was over exaggerated. So I suppose that's actually all 4 of them.
One
This is
scene,
the-
Porter just bats
The
it
4
out.
XP grift.
This is the peddler version of the 4-trigger one-shot gunslinger.
Yeah.
It's the 1 transaction 4 grit
Yeah.
peddler.
That's right.
Fantastic. All right, well earned. Okay, cool. So we will move ahead to the day of Major Parker Nichols' arrival. The militia's arrival is made apparent to all of you as basically there's a little bit of a parade. Not a super long one, but you do like people are out and about, like they're on their like porches, some people on the road, like people step out of the saloons as they hear like a little like little trumpet and then everyone like steps out and they see you watch as they march into, and like basically there's a lot of people around the rebound court because they march into town from that direction. March up and like on the kind of mayoral like offices, you see the like different town leaders kind of like up there like giving like a little bit of a wave. And what is so many names on my sheet, I have to scroll even further. You see Judge Emily Winters, you see the Sheriff Blanche Jacobs, and you see Marshal Sarah Watts are kind of there to greet Nichols. They walk down the steps and like give them a handshake. The sheriff and the marshal are kind of there just because they have to be. The judge seems to actually be like friends with Nichols. A little bit of a handshake, and then some people are just kind of like watching. Like a couple people are like clapping and cheering as the soldiers march through town. They're all in full uniform, and then they Nichols steps back and they turn to their soldiers and say, "Let's give them a little bit of a promenade," and points to the south of town, and they start marching their way down south. And amidst the crowd, which is not like overbearing, amidst the crowd, you do see the various members of the FPC kind of watch this happen. They like let out a sigh, nod, and then Maggie goes to follow them. And the others walk off in different directions. As you guys are kind of making your way in the crowd, kind of like nearby each other, Truman does swing by. He goes, "All right, so Maggie is gonna go ahead and tail them, and she'll leave us a signal for where they're gonna be tonight. From what I heard, the major likes to have a little bit of a drink with at least the officers marching with them, and so we can hopefully set up in that saloon, at least a couple of us, and when the time's right, you'll feel a sort of tap on your shoulder, but in your brain from Maggie. You just go ahead and let her on in. She'll be able to talk with y'all, and we'll know where the soldiers are at and where the data pad's at, most importantly. And then we can take turns tailing them and watching for when the warrant officer is using it. At that point, Kit will be able to get you basically mental images that you can reference later as you're working on it. Sound right?
I think it's feasible.
All right. Get big games tomorrow, so they're not going to go too late or too hard tonight, but we hopefully we'll be able to get you enough time, Ms. Reynolds.
I believe so.
Until you hear from Maggie, I suggest we keep our heads down. How'd you do on fixing up that data pad you got?
It's ready.
Right. Well, just be ready for when time comes. We'll follow them in shifts. Mr. Gurley, I suggest since you're going to be part of the show tomorrow, you just stay indoors tonight. Don't need them to recognize you from the night before. Good way to tip our hand.
Yeah, no, can do. We Kit, or I guess Kit's. I'm borrowing a book.
Oh yeah, I heard Kit reading to you the other day. It's nice. That boy's special.
He really is. He's a good one. Good books too.
One of these days, I really have to take him up on borrowing one. Give him a gander. He seems to enjoy him. All right, and he tips his hat to you guys, and then splits off. And the four of you are together. The night before the big heist. That's where we're gonna take a break. All right.
That was a good trumpet.
It was such a good trumpet.
It was a good trumpet.
It was a good trumpet. Tommy, it was a good trumpet.
Thanks, guys. Oh, stop it, guys. I don't know.
All right.
I'm taking a break now.
We're going to break. Okay, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. No, 15-minute break. Sorry, 15-minute break. It is 10:10 right now. We're going to be back around 10:25. So those of you watching, refresh your drinks, stretch your legs, all that good stuff. Get some snacks. We'll see you all about 10:25. Bye-bye.
Bye.
back. All right. So when we left off, our 4 drifters were getting ready to move against the contingent of militia soldiers that just made their way into Las Brasas. They're gonna observe them, and Eloise is going to start working on a fake data pad so that they can basically during the big rebound game tomorrow, swap the data pad with the fake and then access it to see the files that they're looking for. They're hunting for someone who escaped Brimstone. So Major Nichols and their contingent of soldiers, about 20-ish, like 19 or 20 soldiers, march through town to the south. And basically the 4 drifters were informed that they should wait until they hear from Maggie when she knows like where the militia has settled for the evening, so that the drifters can kind of spy. So the 4 of you have a little bit of downtime as you all return to the inn. So it's kind of the first time all 4 of you have like been like solidly together at the same time since the like last like 4 days. So yeah, you guys are all just kind of like eating an early dinner at the inn together. It's just awkward silence.
Oh, right. Before I forget, I know that I think Porter would know exactly how many spurs he owes both Dex and Gus, but Seth doesn't remember how many you lent me.
I didn't keep track of that.
Yeah.
That's
Whatever
what-
number you say is the right number.
I'm pretty sure
Yes.
that's correct. Yeah, right. So I think it's 5 spurs to Gus and 3 spurs to Dex. That sounds right.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. Dang, Porter, this is nice.
A Janus always repays his debts. That's something that my father used to say. Not his father before him though. He just made that up himself.
Oh, good for him. It's got a nice ring to it.
Doesn't
It's
it?
catchy.
By the way, Elle and Porter, both of you have you both completed your projects. So
Excellent.
Porter, you have your tonics, and Eloise, you have your device, basically.
Right. Okay.
How's it work? Or I guess not work. Does it mess up like it's supposed to?
So far.
That's a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think you'll just be able to fabricate this from this image that she gets from it?
I hope so. I mean, it depends on how good a look we get.
I suppose that's fair.
But I mean, it's just a casing now.
Yeah,
But-
I'd imagine it's some kind of standard issue coming from the military.
Right. Do you think I can?
No, I just know that I can, and so I'm amazed that you could. I suppose.
Okay.
Does that make sense? No, I'd never think you couldn't do something. You can do whatever you want. I mean, you can dance. Apparently, that's a shock to me.
Um.
Can I like nudge Gus under the table and then like, you know what? This is really good. I gotta get more. Gus, do you want to also get more food?
Yeah, I want more food.
Gus noisily pushes his chair back and walks away.
More food sounds great.
God, he's subtle as a ton of bricks.
Porter and Eloise, you are alone at the table.
Why'd they get up?
I don't know. I guess they think that we should talk about something.
Are you upset with me?
No. I mean,
Okay.
no. No.
That's too many no's.
Yeah, I was just thinking that same thing.
7 is too many.
I'm not angry with you. I'm just, I suppose, I don't know. You're very nice to me, and I care about you a lot. And I think you putting yourself in danger, the more I think about it, the more unhappy I am about it. But we've already had the conversation, and I understand where it came from. I guess, are you planning to do it again?
Be in danger?
Put yourself in danger.
No, you said that we would, it was maybe a tool and that we should use it. I don't understand what I did wrong.
You no, you didn't do anything wrong. That's the thing. That's why this is so
But you're
difficult.
upset, so I
Not-
think I'm not hungry. I'm
No, Al,
going
please don't
to-
get up and leave.
I
I'm
don't
just worried
understand what
about
I
you.
did wrong.
You
and
didn't do anything wrong. I'm just worried
haven't
about you.
been-
Just
You
no, it. Look, will you please sit down?
That's it.
I'm just worried about you, and we're about to do something fairly dangerous. And it just reminds me that you're putting yourself before us all the time, and it's not sustainable. I don't know. This is what I mean. No, nothing's wrong, but obviously something's wrong, and I just can't put it into words, and that's just unbearable for me. I should be able to put these things into words, right?
You thinking about me is unbearable?
No, me not putting things into words is unbearable. I'm supposed to be able to talk, and I'm supposed to do it well. If I feel something, I should be able to tell you exactly how I feel in a way that would make you understand what I'm saying. But it's not. It's not
Why are
happening
you
that
yelling?
way.
I don't
I'm
understand.
not. I don't know. I don't know. You know what? You know, maybe I'm done
Can
with.
I go
no,
now?
please don't. Okay.
Please.
So,
I get up and I leave. I go upstairs. I shut my door and I lock it.
Dex and Gus, you see this happen.
I really wanted to give both of them the benefit of the doubt. That placed alone, they could talk to each other.
Yeah, usually they're pretty good at that.
I see now that this was a mistake.
Yeah, this food isn't even that good.
Yeah. Honestly, it's not bad. Not
It's
the
all
point.
right. I wouldn't have gone for a second plate. It's not the point.
All right, I'm gonna go sit down across from Porter.
Yeah, we go have a boys' chat. Hey, you want another half a plate?
No, thank you though, Gus.
Hey, what happened?
Yeah, what was
I'm.
that?
I don't know. I really don't know. I'm worried about her, and I can't seem to express it properly.
Why are you worried about her?
Well, she acted unilaterally and put herself in danger, and did that at the risk of, I don't know. What she doesn't understand is that if she gets taken out of the equation.
Stop. Why are you worried about her?
Because I think that she's going to put herself in front of me as a shield again.
Okay. That's a sentence Eloise will understand.
But she doesn't want to talk to me.
Yeah, because Porter, you keep talking around what you mean to say. I am not good at manipulating people or getting them to think what I want them to think, but do you know why people answer me when I challenge them? Because they know exactly what I mean. Because I say it.
Is that not what I do?
I think you get in your head, Porter. Because when I asked you why are you worried about her, you started to find that answer, and then you started to think about other things that might mean, and then you started to answer those questions.
Porter, imagine each word costs a spur and try not to run up too much of a tab.
That's brilliant.
Oh,
Gus,
yeah.
That's genius.
Oh, dang.
I
Journal,
don't
here
think...
I come.
You've known Eloise longer than both of us, but if you tell her something, she understands it. But if you get lost along the way, it seems like she has a hard time parsing those complications. Pick an idea and communicate that idea, then move on to another one.
like compartmentalize it, kind of.
I don't know. Think of it like a train. You try and put the middle in front of the train crashes and everybody dies.
You're very good at this.
Well, I spent almost a third of my life in a monastery, dedicated to introspection and self-reflection.
And what's your excuse, I say to Gus?
Honestly, that's something Orion told me the other day when we were eating dinner.
I clap Gus on the back. I'm like, it's because Gus is an ancient old man, full of ancient old man wisdom.
Yeah. I'll take that.
All right. I guess I'll go see if she wants to talk. And I will not spend my words without care.
Great.
Do you want the rest of this, Gus, or?
No, honestly, no.
Fair enough. And
Also, I just want to offer this to you, Porter. If Eloise jumps in front of you to be a shield, she has an actual shield. That might just be okay.
The shield doesn't do much against the family, but I understand your meaning.
All right,
Thank
get out
you.
of here.
Both. And I'll bust my plate and scrape the rest of this food into the trash can, and I would delicately knock on Eloise's door.
I open the door real slowly. It's only like a little bit. I
Hi.
have clearly been crying.
Hi, I'm sorry for yelling. I didn't mean to.
Okay.
Will you give me one more chance to say what I mean?
Okay. And I'll like step back into the door, like to let him in.
I'll just kind of stand in her doorway. I don't want you to be in danger ever. And I know we talked about it, but sometimes I think about what you tried to do. With what's his name, the laser pistol guy, and it worries me that you'll do it again. But I trust you, and I don't want you to worry about me worrying. Does that make sense?
No.
You are precious to me, and I don't want you to get hurt. Ever.
Okay.
But just because you're precious to me doesn't mean you're fragile. And so I shouldn't treat you as though you're fragile because you're very capable. And I'm very impressed by you.
Okay.
So I'm sorry if I've put you in an odd situation. And I hope that we can move past it. How can I do that?
You made me promise that I would never do that again, and I did. I promised. And so I don't understand why then you're worried, and that implicitly means that you don't trust what I've said, which means you don't trust me. But then you said that you trust me, and I like you so much. And I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. And I want to do better, and I don't know why you weren't talking to me. And I don't I, I don't know what happened.
If I had to guess, I think it's because I have broken a lot of promises to myself and to other people. And if anything, I think I don't expect promises to be kept for me. So, seeing you so joyful the evening that I talked to the FPC, and dancing and connecting with people. That's a side I don't really see of you. And I thought if I was putting you in danger, maybe that's the life that you should be leading. I have put you in danger, and I've put my family in danger. I've put our what are we crew, our
Porter,
group.
Porter, I chose this.
I know.
I chose this, and
I know.
it's not about you.
You're right.
I don't. If you are distracted, then this can be the last thing that we do. If it is bad for me to be around. If it's unsafe. If you want me to leave.
I don't want that. I really don't. I've been selfish.
But
And
what
I
we do
understand that.
is
I know.
dangerous. And so how can I both be here and not be in danger?
I just don't want you to be in danger that I've caused.
So don't cause any?
I'm sorry. That's not me laughing at you. That's me laughing at myself.
You didn't cause me to reach out to Black Star. I did that. I don't understand a lot of things about people, and I get that. But I am able to have my own agency. And you can't take that.
No. And I know that I didn't mean to, but that doesn't change that that's how I treated you. So I'm sorry. I don't want you to leave. I don't want to make you leave. I hope that you stay. Because we are a really good team. You and me and all of us. And I think that's something worth maintaining.
Are you afraid of making it just you and me? You keep saying you and me and then adding more people every time that you talk. It's like you're almost saying us and then you don't. And if you don't feel that way, I would really like it if you would tell me so I can behave accordingly.
Oh, I I do feel that way. I am not good at dealing with my fear.
I don't want you to be afraid of me. So many people are afraid of me.
No, no. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not. I couldn't be. I'm afraid of everybody else. Everybody else.
That doesn't make any sense.
I know. I think that everybody has the capacity to be hurtful, but I have never seen that in you. And in my experience, people who don't want to hurt other people are usually the ones who end up getting hurt.
Okay.
I include the others because they're part of our group right now. But I would always like to be by your side. I can stop doing that. And maybe do you want to have a more intense talk about it after we finish this job?
I would like it to be less intense.
I I'd like that too. I'm sorry. Thank you for opening the door again.
Okay.
Can I hug you?
No.
All right. Well, I understand. I'll see you in the morning.
Okay.
All right.
Are you going? We're okay, be safe.
What?
Just around there, you all feel a sort of tingling sensation in the back of your minds. It has like the distinct feeling of Maggie Buckler.
Do I?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know why you're looking like that. That was definitely part of the plan. They were going to feed you images.
No, I know.
Okay.
I didn't know that she knew my name.
She knows your name is Eloise Reynolds.
Okay. That's not my name.
I know, but it's good enough because it is enough your name.
Okay. Yeah. I let her in.
Yep.
I would like it to make it clear to her that she is being allowed in.
You very deliberately open the door to your brain. You put down the drawbridge over the moat to your mental palace.
There was a whole year that was just this.
Okay. So basically, yeah, you all feel that, and you hear in your brains as like there's this kind of like whoa, kind of like your ears almost pop, and you hear Truman's voice in your heads saying, "Partners, we got a problem."
What's happening?
Orion's gone rogue. As far as I can tell, he's making a move on the militia. We got to get ourselves down there fast.
What, right now, we need to stop Orion.
Yeah, I think that's about it. I mean, I don't know. It's going to be a hell of a task, but we got to move now. He's heading over to Larson's place down south. Let's move. If you want to, we may need to do some things on the fly here. Kit, you got eyes on the militia? And you hear Kit's voice ring out saying, "Yeah, I got all of them here. At least the lieutenants and the officers. I got this for you, Eloise." And several images appear in your head of a young warrant officer outside the LRC, the Southern LRC tower, walking up, talking to the operator there, getting the data pad, walking away. Kit was nearby, like in the shadows, and got really good images of this thing.
Okay. Am I supposed to stay here and work on this? Or am I supposed to come with?
Are you directing that like just into the group? Or like Truman?
Decks.
Okay.
So the game is, this is me asking you, Tommy. The game is tomorrow afternoon. The plan is to do the swipe then, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is like early evening right now.
Yeah, it's like middle of the evening. The sun is basically set.
How quickly do you think you can work on this?
What class item does it look like?
I mean, for you to make just a replica, it's either class 2 or 3 if you're wanting to make just like a framework.
Okay. Okay. If I'm
this
very
would
quick.
fall under quick fix.
Okay. Oh no, but I wouldn't want quick fix. It'll break right after.
It's not quite, you're not crafting like an item, right?
Mm-hmm.
You are adding, you have an item that you've already successfully crafted. You are modifying it.
Okay.
But it's not a mod, so I'm not saying that it falls into, basically it you're not creating an item. And therefore quick fix has more rules than you need for what you are attempting to achieve.
Okay. Great. So a couple of hours tops, maybe 9.
I'm not good enough at math to know if that's enough time.
I'm sorry. Eloise, I'm trying to tell you it's 4 initiative. Or 2 with your Omni tool. That's you
extremely quickly.
This falls into quick fix. If you needed to, you could slap this together quickly.
Okay. Yeah, I can make this is nothing. It's a standard briefcase.
Unless I think we could probably use the help bringing him down quietly.
Okay.
All right. So the 4 of you rush down to the southern side of town.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. Porter, you know where Larson's is. Dex, you also know where Larson's is. As you get just a little ways away from Larson's, it's like just around the bend. You're about to get line of sight to it. You hear gunfire ring out.
Well, I was gonna get up on rooftops and like run.
I would like
rooftops.
to activate Sixth Sense.
Sure.
Ahead of time. Oh my god.
But now gunshots are happening, and I have to go to there.
So Eloise, you activate Sixth Sense. Go ahead and roll that. The rest of you sweep around the bend.
Yeah.
Cool. You all turn the corner, and you see Larson's The front porch of Larson's has a little growing pool of fire that is creeping up one of the banisters onto the roof. You see people are scattering. You actually run into a crowd as you get there. And you see Orion Court. Well, first you see a couple bodies fly out of the saloon, and then following that, like bursting through the door as shots ring out after him, you see Orion Corby wielding two massive melee weapons. They're like they have like I mean, he's huge, so like the handles are about like 2.5 feet long, and then there's this like kind of dull, almost blade shaped, but definitely very clearly like a blunt like club with like ribs on it, shaped like head on one side and a counterweight on the other. And he wields out and cracks a militiaman across the face with one of them. At this point, you also see Maggie against like some crates in an alleyway as a couple militia soldiers further down the road rush up and start firing on her as she's like pinned down, holding her crossbow against her chest. That's all you see at this particular moment. I need everyone to roll initiative.
This is so strange.
Okay. I don't have the insight rolls up, and that feels like a mistake. Nope, I don't roll that many dice for initiative. Of course. Cool day.
All right. Anyone get better than an 8? Seven?
I got a 7.
Gus got a 7? Gus, what's your awareness?
4.
Did you also say you got a 7, Porter?
No.
Oh, okay. 6?
No.
I got a 6.
I got a 6.
Hey! Which one of you goes first?
Oh, definitely Gus. I mean, Dex.
I mean, Gus definitely goes first.
I mean, Gus and then Dex and then me.
5?
Oh,
What did
no.
you get, Porter?
Got a 4.
Oof.
I miss having a reliability on this roll. I loved having the talents for initiative. I found it extremely satisfying.
Mhm.
Just on 5 dice with a reroll and a free static of +2 right at the start.
I had a +2.
Nice. It's a good success roll.
Yeah, I roll a lot of dice at insight now, but like I rolled 4 successes. So which is a +2, and then a +3 to defensive tests.
Okay.
Really good 6th sense roll.
So, here's what we're gonna do. We're not gonna play this like standard initiative. We're going to now that we kind of know like the order of action and whoever like has like more turns and stuff like that. I'm gonna ask what's all of your like approach to the scene you see as you whip around the corner.
My first instinct is to message Maggie about what's going on, because I have no clue why she would be being shot at.
Okay.
With also, like, as I am approaching Ryan and probably popping a muscle tonic.
Okay.
I have a cryo cube or capsule, so I want to hand it to somebody who could do something with it.
Okay.
Yeah. So, because I want to put out that fire, obviously. What if there's somebody in that building?
And Dex and Porter. You also now, like, you guys have enough coordination or more or less going around the same time that, like, you would have at least seen, like, basically you could coordinate with either Gus or Eloise's approach if you wanted to.
Sure. Porter, what's your thing?
I think I'm going to, because where we are, the way I'm imagining it, the two that are firing at our friend are down the alleyway, and then around the corner is the bar. Is that correct?
No. So the bar is in between you and the alleyway. Basically, the bar is like a building or two ahead of you. It's partially on fire and there's a fight breaking out. And then the alleyway after that, you see like exposing yourself to cover from the bar, or exposing yourself like not having cover from the bar. Maggie is up against some cover like just around the corner of an alleyway, and further down the road, even further from you guys, is about like 3 or 4 like soldiers who apparently like got called to the scene late and are like separated from the officers that Orion is attacking.
I think what Porter's going to try and do is kind of get closer to the people who are attacking Maggie, and then subsequently to the people who are coming. I'm going to behave as though I'm panicking about the fire, just so I can close the distance between me and them.
Okay.
I need to know if I need to shoot Orion right now. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
I mean, I've got sleep tonics, and I think Dex would know that.
Yeah, but that's not the question I'm asking.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so Dex, go ahead and roll discipline to try and understand Orion. The scene's pretty hectic, so roll at a -3. Porter, you can roll blend to kind of blend in with the panicking crowd. Gus, you're not taking an action that requires a roll because you're spending your time talking with Maggie. And Eloise, you are holding a cryo capsule.
I guess I'm gonna go do it myself because
Okay.
other people are doing other stuff. So I'm gonna go over to the bar and try to put it out. It's just
No, go for it.
that's it. It's a standard quality crowd capsule.
Okay, I mean, yeah, if you run up to the fire, you can get that thing in contact with the fire and it will go off.
Hooray! I do it. I'm a hero.
So if I can get up to Orion this turn, I would try to grapple him.
Right, but I'm asking, you said you wanted to talk to Maggie, so do you want to it's either you want to figure out what's happening or you want to jump in the action?
Sure. I want to know what's happening.
Okay.
Can we see Orion? I didn't know that. I just know that
He's just burst out of the front of the bar.
Oh. Good. All right.
So do we see the major anywhere?
Currently not yet. You see two lieutenants that you saw in the parade.
I need to clarify about grid expenditure.
Okay.
Okay. So is it a -3, which makes my target 11? I rolled 2 12s. So I am spending 2 grit to play to the gallery to count these 12s. That's your grit. You take that.
Okay.
One of those rolled into a 14, which would be my target if I went it strong. Does that also explode?
If you go it strong, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to spend a lot of grit to make a truly insane roll happen.
So how many times have you spent grit individually?
Twice.
Are you gonna have to punch it to count it all?
It's a discipline roll.
Yeah, there's not.
Oh, it's a discipline roll.
Yeah,
that's
he's
right,
not
that's right.
shooting. And then what's your total grit?
I am at 5 grit now.
Is this the first time that I've met any of these guards?
Yes.
Good. All right. And since the building is actually on fire, do I get any bonuses from acting as though I'm panicked about the fire?
No, you're just rolling straight.
That's fine. No, I had to ask.
Would be rolling at a severe minus if the building was not on fire.
Fair enough. Wow. If I was rolling anything else, that'd be a great roll.
Okay. So we'll start with Porter. Porter, what'd you get?
Oh, you got no hits. Oh wait, I do have. Hold on, I do have one reliability. No, that's 19. Why'd you go higher? Yeah, I rolled a 12, a 14, and 2 16s, and then I rolled a 19. So that's no hits.
Don't you have Wink and a Prayer?
You know what I'm gonna do? Shut up! I was gonna do it. It's my talent. I wanted to announce it. I'm gonna do Wink and a Prayer. Goddammit! I'm gonna re-roll this social roll using different dice.
I'm
Goddammit!
sorry, I didn't mean to rob you.
It's a really good idea, Dan. Thanks for thinking of it.
I'm sorry. I just know all the rules.
So that means I get to re-roll one social test once per session. Per session? No, once per rest. Wow. Okay, alright. So, that's 3 hits with a high of 8.
Okay. Yeah. So let me roll. Okay, cool. How many over a 6?
I'm the aggressor, so 2.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Porter immediately becomes part of the crowd, rushing forward, grabs his hat, pulls it off his head, and is like, "Fire!" and runs this way. He pulls someone who's trying to run by the fire. He helps them down and uses that as cover as he moves closer to Maggie and splits off from that person. Holds the mask to his face to cover his face so no one can see his face.
What's that big bastard doing? Oh my god!
And Porter makes his way through the fight without drawing any attention from the soldiers. Eloise at the same time rushes up alongside Porter and splits off and just throws down. She pulls out a cryo capsule about almost the size of a rebound ball. And
You could have thrown it, but you didn't.
and she throws it at the fire.
Dunks it at the fire.
I could have dunked out a fire.
And there's a rebound coach nearby who sees her perfect form and wants to sign her. No, I'm kidding.
Flattered but decline.
No. So Eloise, you're like a foot away, and you toss it and like turn your head. And as soon as this capsule hits the flames, it like just shoots out this big like puff of like grayish white smoke that like immediately puts out all the fire and kind of like settles down on like the ashen embers of like two of the posts of this like covered patio. And Dex and Gus hang back for a second, and they kind of like soak in the scene. Dex, how many successes did you get on your discipline?
Is it opposed?
I mean, yeah, in a technical sense it is. He's got a lot of negatives. He's not trying to hide very much.
Okay.
No successes.
I've spent a truly insane amount of grit. I feel good about it though. 7.
Cool.
Real.
Orion Corby. You can see how this played out in your head. You knew what the plan was going in. Maggie was here watching them, probably with Kit because Kit was tailing the officer.
Right.
So Kit was nearby at least. Kit is nearby somewhere. Mm-hmm. Maggie was here at the saloon watching them. And then Orion showed up because it was before the mental link was at least extended to you guys. And judging by the timing of Truman reaching out to you, it only makes sense that Orion showed up. And then Maggie like pinged Truman and was like, "We're in trouble." And Truman was like, "Get everyone else in here." Anyways, Orion must have done something. He came here. You've seen him in this mode before.
Yeah.
He came here with the intent to throw down. Judging by the way he's moving and the actions he has taken and the pain you see on his face, leading up to this, he reads as a man who was unable to get a check on his emotions. He was hurt, upset. You know that he was close with Jack, and you see that he at some point prior to what you see now made the decision that all the militia are to blame for what happened to Jack. And he decided that he cared more about getting that vengeance than continuing to work with his friends. And so he burst in, and somehow, you can't read exactly how, but somehow, because of the way he's moving recklessly and everything, he made Maggie. Maybe Maggie tried to step in. You kind of get the sense that she's not happy with the position that she's in, just like glancing. Your 7 successes kind of splashes onto her.
You can see her over there like, what the fuck?
Yeah, she got pinned down. Basically, there was enough time for these soldiers to arrive, so Ryan must have caused the scene. Maggie probably either tried to stop it or got roped into it somehow. Somehow got made, and now the two of them, as far as the militia are concerned, are in cahoots. And now Maggie is pinned down as the reinforcements who were called for before Orion broke out this fight showed up. You also see this kind of way that Orion is fighting, the look on his face. He feels vindicated, which lets you know that he showed up and instigated the fight, but the militia calling for reinforcements is what allowed him to feel justified in beginning the fight himself. So basically, as soon as he learned that there were other soldiers outside on their way here, he started fighting. And you can tell he's aiming to kill. He is, you're actually not 100% sure the person he just cracked in the face is still alive. But you know that these two people on the ground, these two militia lieutenants, are about to be murdered by Orion Corby. You don't know what the scene is inside, but you don't think that he's had enough time because the gunshots just rang out. You don't think he's had enough time to actually kill anyone
just,
yet,
kill a bunch of people.
but you think it might be a little bit messy inside as well.
Okay.
But Orion Corby is basically going to keep fighting until either he or the militia are dead. And if all the militia are dead and he's capable, he might try to flee. Because he's not going to just like start killing random people. You can see the clear focus he has. He is here to kill these militia soldiers. And then after that, you don't know that, you think he doesn't know what he wants to do. But based on like the fear and anger and pain, you don't think that you can see that he has made the decision not to work with his friends anymore and not to care about them. So you don't think he's sticking around after this. Gus, you reach out to Maggie telepathically.
I wonder what she says.
Like the moment you hear the gunshots and you guys are whipping around the corner, you reach out to her and what do you say?
Hey, Maggie, so what's going on? Why are you getting shot at?
I tried to stop Orion like a goddamn idiot. I thought I could talk some sense into him. One of the lieutenants noticed, so now I'm made. They called for reinforcements. I'm pinned down. Y'all should stand back. You're gonna get made too. Don't get involved in this fight. We still got a job to do.
If the it's a major, right?
Yeah.
Major, cannot remember their name.
Nichols.
Major Nichols. If Major Nichols gets here, do we just go for it right now?
Major Nichols is inside. And then Kit actually speaks up going, if we can go now, I can make the switch.
Alright. Elle, do you have it ready to switch?
I need about 15 seconds.
I've seen now from that question, I've watched the roadmap Tommy has painted of this session appear before me in the sky.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna try to keep this fight going. I'm gonna engage Orion. Elle, you get that thing made. Kit, you make the switch.
As soon as Gus says that, the shadows next to you part, Eloise, down the alley. You watch as what was a part of shadow, like a part of shadow from like the setting sun, just like vaporize, and Kit appears next to you. And it's like
truly terrifying.
ready when you are.
I'm so glad I brought the thing with me.
Okay. So the fight does continue. You watch because Orion does go before you. So basically, Orion, after he cracks that one lieutenant, another soldier comes out of the saloon and fires on Orion, and he like gets shot in the back a little bit, and like turns and leaps with like inhuman speed and range at this person, and like crosses his weapons in front of this person's throat and slams them into the wall, and you do hear that person's neck snap and they fall down to the ground limp. And then he turns back, and the soldiers who he was fighting start getting up, and he cracks the other one in the head again, and this time like their head caves on the forehead, and they drop down dead. And then he spins and hits the other one, like hitting them hard in the chest, like breaking their armor and flying them against a wall. Meanwhile, the four soldiers that are moving in on Maggie start pinning her down even more, and she holds this extremely well-crafted crossbow. You see it now fully deployed out of her holster. It's got 3 double like branches coming off of it, kind of in a triangular shape, and 3 tracks for projectiles. And you see as she shoots it, she can, like, as the tracks rotate, she can load another shot into the bottom, and with not inhuman speed. You don't think this is part of her illuminated like presence. You see this as like a practiced, skilled thing that she has honed. She quickly like has multiple arrows in her hand that she can load in, or multiple bolts in her hand that she can load in as she rapid fires this thing. And in the blink of an eye, she fires out 7 projectiles out of her crossbow. As she just goes like, just like, it's like the equivalent of fanning a hammer, but with a with like a repeater crossbow. And all of the shots she shoots are blinding shots. And you see as the projectiles like just like blind all 4 of the soldiers that are rushing down. And as soon as they're blind, Dex, you're able to see her press up against the cover again, and you know that she could shoot Orion, and she chooses not to out of like a conflicted look on her face. She could blind Orion in this moment, but she just can't bring herself to do it, and like that moments of hesitation makes her like miss the opportunity. Gus, Dex, Eloise, Porter, what do you do?
I make this casing.
Roll a machinery test for me. I'm gonna give you a -4. You only have, it's just a hard thing to do, and you only have like some still images to make.
Okay.
I realize like we're in a fight. It's non-traditional. I realize there's a legitimate large chance that it just doesn't work. That's okay. I challenge Orion.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a challenge for me.
I will. Nah, I'm not gonna bamboozle him. Something tells me, based on his behavior, he does not have great discipline.
I will bamboozle you.
That's mean. I just told you I wasn't gonna bamboozle you.
Yeah, but I have 17 grit.
God, that's so much grit.
So,
-17, Dex.
no. So I will though move your grit from 5 to.
Muted yourself.
Muted yourself.
I can't hear what you're
I was doing math. I will, however, move your grit from 5 to 12
Okay.
as I bamboozle you 7 times.
Okay.
So,
Well,
Tommy, we only call you out because we want to hear the math. We love your math.
I'm just so shy. I just need to mute myself when I do math.
We believe in you and your math.
so I had 2 grit before you bamboozled. I had more than 2 grit before you
You had
bamboozled
5,
me
yeah.
the time. So, I believe I spent grit first, right?
Yeah, you are up against 6s. You do get to know that.
Tommy. So 6 is my target now, after what you've done. And these are 7s. So I'm gonna play to the gallery to count those 7s.
Yes.
Lucky number 7. These are totally fucking nuts rolls. Yeah, so nothing on the explosions. But I have 2 7s.
Okay.
You know what? I can't. So I have 5 grit I can spend on this roll, basically.
Yes.
Right? Cool. I twist the knife.
Okay.
Yeah, I step out like into the street.
Wait, we'll get to that in a second.
Oh, sure.
Gus, you were running up to try and grapple Orion?
Yeah. Well, I guess as I'm running up, I actually quickly consult. I'm like, these guys might know my face. Should I go in?
Are you directing that towards your friends or towards...
Yeah, towards my friends.
This was the plan. I think this is it. Go for it. This is
Right.
just a real fight now.
Yeah. And I'm actually not going to grapple. I just want to go up and hit him.
Okay. Cool. The
Trying to
truly
prolong the fight.
powerful part of being the GM. I'm going to spend grit to bamboozle you. You only get 1 grit out of that because that maxes you out. However,
Me.
I bamboozle you 6 times.
Oh my gosh.
It's fine. I can do like you did this session and just roll those over to next session, right?
You can't. Just the 12.
Economics is a lie.
Told you he was going to lie to you about economics.
I've never lied ever at an RPG table. Both in and out of character. Never once.
Also, I did pop a muscle skills tonic.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah. You are up against a 13.
Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Miss.
Okay, you have 3 attacks, so let's do them.
Yeah, exactly.
Each one's going to be a negative. On him. And each one's going to be a negative on him.
Yeah.
I will bamboozle you 3 times.
All right.
You are up against an 11.
Yeah, that's fine. I miss again.
Okay. With that miss, the first one you kind of like almost catch him a little off guard, but he manages to like turn and like hook your punch with like the bottom of his weapon and like parry it out of the way. And then he like kicks you in the chest and you don't fly back as far as you think he thought you were going to. And then you rush up, like you duck under one of his swings and like throw like an uppercut at him. And this time he's a little more ready for you. So he pulls back and catches your arm with his weapons, pulls it down and then like disengages from you enough to give a full swing as he counterattacks you.
Okay.
And you are up against a 14.
Man, I also have a 14.
Okay. So I will spend 2 grit to twist the knife.
All right. How much grit do you have left?
I have 1 now.
Okay. I
Um,
do have a third attack. So all right.
and this allows me to deal 21 damage with 3 armor piercing to you.
Jesus Christ. All right. 21 with 3 armor piercing.
Yep.
All right. 17. 6 damage. Right.
And now you just take a normal attack at him.
Am I able in the middle of my attacks to do my discipline roll? Or my endure, what is it?
Your once a day.
My once a day?
Resilience?
Yeah. You can roll resilience. Try to regain
that's-
some of those
it's-
hit points.
It is an endure roll, right?
Yeah, it's endure or discipline. And every success you roll gives you a hit point.
I'm gonna spend 2 grit on that to play to the gallery. Gaining myself 4 hit points. taken away my negative. And now I'm gonna hit him.
I did lie about the damage. I did the math wrong.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. It's actually 22 damage, my bad. Because 11 times 2 is 22.
It sure is.
11? Wow.
He's a big, strong boy.
Some might say he's incredibly angry.
Oh no. It's one of those jerks.
How many hit points does he have?
That's fine.
Infinite, I think.
Yeah, I'm actually good. I still don't have a negative. But now I'm gonna hit him.
Okay.
Oh my god.
You
so poorly.
you are up against a 12.
I would have every other one I would have done great. I rolled 9, 9, 5, and 2 20s.
Ouch.
Just terrible. Biding my time to make a swing that I just don't connect on. Gus is like back here, like he read about like a technique you're supposed to do against like very emotional or angry opponents called the rope-a-dope. So he's back here like ducking, catches one, but he's like, okay, he's just put everything he's got and just swings and goes right past Orion's head.
Yeah. Basically, you guys see as Gus gets in full form, gets parried, knocked back a little bit, gets parried again, and actually takes a hit like across the like chin, and then pulls back and starts like, you know, like dodging like the next like 3 attacks from Orion. There's a point where Orion like opens himself up and Gus's footing is just slightly off as he tries to like kind of almost haphazardly plant his feet to like swing in a punch, and just barely like Orion is able to move his head out of the way as like Gus like does that, and Orion like kind of catches shoulders with him and like pushes him off of his side. And Porter, what are you doing during this?
I am. Okay, is there any way for me to get into the bar around Orion, or is he just in front of the door? There's no way getting past him.
Oh no, you can get in the bar. He's moved away from the door, and the fire's gone too, so there's nothing impeding you from going in the bar.
Great. I think can I communicate to what's his name? The shadowy guy.
Kit.
Thank you, Kit. Can I communicate with Kit? Look, it's now or never. Let's go.
Kit
Is
like
he too far away for to make that happen?
No. Kit like nods at Eloise and then slips in through a like cracked window that leads into like the kitchen.
Excellent.
And Porter, as you move in, what are you doing? You do the scene you see inside is a wounded Major Nichols like pressed up against the corner, like starting to like regain themselves, and you see the warrant officer from the images that were sent from Kit also there, like kind of helping the Major up. There's a bunch of like broken furniture, some bullet holes. The saloon has more or less cleared out at this moment, though you can see like a bartender like kind of peeking over the bar, like watching like what's going on. And just because you know where to look, you see the kitchen door kind of glide open as like Kit like slides into the room.
Good. And then I will head toward the officers, and I'll say, "It's all right. I'm a doctor. Here, sit down. Let me help."
Absolutely. I could make you roll manipulate, but you are actually a doctor and you pull out a nice med kit. At this point, I don't think they're gonna stop you.
All right.
You would have enough bonuses to your manipulate that I don't see a reason for you to roll it. So you do like you get in, the officer like steps out of the way, and as you do that, you just kind of like catch a glimpse. You actually lose track of Kit for a second. And then you catch like a glimpse of like a shadow just kind of moving along the wall. And you see the pack that the officer has haphazardly set on the table to assist you with your like medical procedure is now open and empty.
Can you put pressure on this right here while I work on it? right here. This one right here. Good. All right, good.
And she like does so and is like, all right, now what? And a moment later,
we hope.
And oh god. Eloise, what'd you get on your crafting roll?
I have a very important question for you. Does blacksmith or gadgeteer apply to this?
No.
Isn't gadgeteer modifying technology?
No, I mean it's specialty items and gadgets.
Oh.
And this is just a casing. This isn't anything. Okay. Cool. So I had a very interesting role.
Poor fool, Tommy.
So my initial role is a grave misfire. But I go it strong and then play to the gallery. And I cannot negate the grave misfire, but I do have 9 successes.
Excuse me?
I took a picture. I'm going to put it in the chat.
Okay. So you go it strong, so that's...
Or maybe I can show it. Maybe it'll show up on the camera. I don't know if it will or not. But those ones are the ones. The yellow ones are the ones that failed, and then, yeah. And
you
then
can't really see the numbers, but the visual aids are extremely helpful.
Yeah,
Right.
but then the 5 blue circles are the ones that are the explosions, and then the 3 other ones are the ones that just succeed.
Wow.
Argitlam does give you a grit, so you're at 4 grit instead of 3.
Yeah.
No, I'm at 3 grit instead
of 2.
2.
Oh well, that is an important distinction.
Yeah. I know you hate to be without grit, Addie, but...
Yeah, Addie, you have to decide right now, are you going to reduce that grave misfire, or are you going to take it as it landed?
If this helps, if we have to, we could probably go through your triggers and you've got an extra grit sitting around.
I don't know. It doesn't feel in the spirit of the game to not take the grave misfire, but I mean,
it's a 9 success roll, Addie.
it's a 9 success roll. So
you gotta
get rid of the grave misfire.
Okay, I spend all of my grit, and then it's just a misfire.
Okay. It's a misfire. Okay. So here's what happens. Okay, so you spend all 3 of your grit. Eloise,
I'm at 0 grit.
Is that 0 grit and at 3? So what you see happen is basically, Eloise, you have those images in your head projected to you by Kit. You have you were thinking about them since you got them on the whole way down to the saloon, and you know that they, like, you know all of the intricacies. You spotted them immediately, and you know how you can refabricate them. Also, with this insane roll, even though you were rolling machinery, you know that there's an element to these things. You can see the component that does it, and you just know what it does because you're like that good with technology. And you know that these once these things kind of go missing, basically, when they aren't used, like when they're not updated, if they've like expired the update, there's a component that like basically you know to be like in no way can you tamper with it in a functional way. You can break it, you can change it and everything, but any kind of tampering basically like sets it off. It's just a binary like switch. It's actually partially mechanical, which is part of it. But what it does is when it is not updated, after 24 hours of it not being updated, these things begin to emit a ping that can only be disabled by destroying the entire thing. And this ping, you can assume there are devices that will receive this ping and allow it to be tracked, at least at a like moderate to short range relatively. We're not talking like LRC ranges. Like a person in Fort Dearborn, the like city, is not going to get a ping on like a radar, but like someone who is looking in the area for it might. So you know that like if you don't return this thing, which it seems like there's a chance that that might happen just given the situation you find yourselves in, you only have 24 hours to get the information you need, and then this device becomes a liability if you don't destroy it. You craft a perfect replication of that thing, but it's really just like an LED on a like on a panel. And then you like quickly like you have all like the like circuitry and everything, and you whip out. I need you to expend 2 machinery cubes, B2 dubs.
Okay.
And then you basically, in the brief moment when Kit leaves and comes back, he finds you finishing up. You're like, zzz, zzz, and you have effectively like a perfect replication. And right before he takes it, you're like, hold on. And he waits a moment longer, and you like spray like this like material on top of it that corrodes it a little bit and makes it look used and worn in the same way as the other one. Just ages it like quickly, ages the metal, ages the paint, ages the screen and the buttons, like everything just gets a little worn. And then Kit takes it swiftly and hands you the real one, and then leaps back in the window. And at this moment, Dex, you stand in the street, you see Gus has been knocked off of Orion. How do you challenge Orion?
He's not in the telepathic link, right?
Correct.
Because damn, that would be a way to challenge a guy. Yeah, I step into the street, I like clear my cloak away from my gun, and I calmly but loudly shout at Orion. Either you stop now or I stop you.
And you got 2 successes over him?
I twisted the knife to have 3.
Okay. Get him. So you shout that out. Even though you're not like shouting at the top of your lungs, your voice cuts through with just its like sheer intent and purpose behind it. And everyone like does like the soldiers, everyone like kind of instinctively like takes cover and like looks to try and see what's going on as this voice rings out. And you stand there like the picture of a gunslinger, your hand like not like tensely but like purposefully like hanging by your gun. And like everything seems to stop for a second. And to you, it feels longer as you see like Orion like shove Gus off as you shout this out. His eyes turn to you. You see they're like kind of like a little bit bloodshot. He's got like a bit of a cut lip, and he turns to you, and you both stare at each other for what for you feels like a longish time, possibly like a handful of seconds, but to everyone else is almost no time at all. And you see in his eyes the calculation where you know that he thinks he can take a hit from you and close the gap and attack you. And that is the course of action that he has decided to take. Okay. And most of that you get from like him pursing his lips slightly, and the cut on his lip kind of like showing that he's like tensed his face a little bit as it like kind of like oozes out just a little bit more blood, and the grip on his weapons gets just a little tighter. And you know that he is about to bull rush you as hard as he can and either hope that you miss or he gets there. So he does not concede.
Okay. I shoot him.
Okay. So he is going to roll defense. As
Is
he
he
rushes.
rolling at minuses because I shot him?
Yeah, you've attacked him. He hasn't had a turn yet, so you attacked him multiple times. So he's got negatives. I am going to use the last of my grit to bamboozle Dex 3 times.
Okay.
So Dex, you have 8 grit prior to the bamboozle grit, which is you up to 11.
Okay.
No. Gus attacked 3 times. He's also a little hurt. Okay. Wow.
Okay.
This is a fun, one of those fun manifest moments where you roll all successes so you don't get to like
Do anything?
yeah, you're just, this is it. You're trapped in it. I did manage to roll an 11.
Okay. That is not good enough to not be shot.
Okay.
So you eat most of my successes. I guess technically I have to tell you this first. I have an 11, which explodes.
It's cool. I don't have any grit, so.
Okay. And then I have a 12, so I will spend 2 grit to play to the gallery on that. Which means I have 6 grit left that can be spent on this roll, basically.
Yep.
That's nothing, unfortunately. I have 2 hits. I spend the rest of the 6 grit that I'm allowed to on this roll to twist the knife 3 times.
Okay. So I go up to 3, and you only have 3.
Yeah. So that's 5 net hits. That is... that's 45 damage.
Okay, so 45 damage minus his toughness, which is 6, makes 39 damage. Divided by 2 as he shrugs it off makes 20 damage. He has 10 hit points left.
There's something I forgot that might help us out here. If he runs away from me, I've got punished cowardice.
He doesn't get the chance. He has, when I say he has 10 hit points left, I mean that's what he has prior to taking 20 damage.
Oh, then cool.
Yeah. It was
GG, bud.
it was minus 6 divided by 2. And he does only take 10 excess damage. But yeah. So Dex, it's not the cleanest shot you've ever made.
Oh, I fan the hammer.
Yeah.
I'm not in a quick draw scenario as traditional, and so I'm not here like I'm just gonna shoot him right in the head. This is a bull charging at me, so like
Yeah. So
This is a DPS phase.
So Gus, he does get like 2 steps away from you, and you like get ready to like stop him. But in those 2 steps that he makes as he bursts forward with like immense speed towards Dex, Dex levels out 6 shots, just like they riddle Orion's body, and he like twists in the air and like slams onto the ground. Maggie jumps up and shouts out no, and in that moment gets tackled by multiple like soldiers as she just kind of like drops her gun to her side, and she gets tackled to the ground and starts getting like handcuffs put on her. And like everyone kind of turns and sees Dex as Dex, you sit there for a little bit longer than you normally would, holding your gun as the barrel kind of smokes hot. And the dead body of Orion lays out like 15 feet in front of you. And then you're able to holster your weapon. What does everyone do? There's a moment where everything is just kind of frozen. Porter, you see the bag has the replica in it.
I leave down the alleyway.
Gus also slinks away.
Porter hears the gunfire and kind of like stands up and is like, "Great merciful pan-fried fish god, what was that?"
But you're staying, right? You're not running away from the person. You're not like I'm a doctor. Never mind.
Exactly. Yeah, right.
Okay, cool. Eloise gets out of there. Gus, in like the moment, kind of like there's people around Gus. You're able to kind of like back up into them as like the scene kind of, and like people probably see you go, but like no one shouts out to you or stops you or follows you. Eloise is the only one who can get away without being seen at all.
Yeah, I think unless somebody stops me, I holster my gun, see that like Maggie is being arrested and this situation is taken care of, and I just turn around and walk away.
Someone does shout at you. One of the lieutenant, the living lieutenant, who is battered and like injured. It looks like her shoulder's like dislocated. She calls out and goes, "Hang on! Who the hell are you?"
Sorry, I have to make a roll for myself to see if I feel like something has happened. I like over my shoulder. I'm a warden of Silent Peak. And then I keep walking.
She like furrows her brow for a second, then looks at like Orion's body, and in that moment of confusion, Gus like disappears, and she's like kind of standing there in the aftermath, and then like starts like moving towards her fallen comrade. And Eloise, you have the data pad in one hand and the LRC tag of Major Parker Nichols in your other hand. As you get away, Kit accompanies you. You feel like you sneak better in his presence. Porter, you're there administering medical attention to Major Nichols. Dex is left, Gus is left, and what was a moment ago an all-out brawl with the militia and some crazy bandits is now just a stunned, silent Maggie being dragged off by the militia. Her weapon picked up by one of the soldiers as the mess begins getting cleaned up. And that's where we're gonna end tonight's session.
Man.
Tommy, my hand is literally shaking. My dice hand is shaking.
What was his minus for that last roll?
He just had a -5. You attacked him 3 times, and then he had 2 wound modifiers.
Oh. He did. Okay.
He was hurt a little bit before you got to him.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna take a wild guess. I bet he used the Hulk insight power and did it good.
What?
Oh, I assumed he might have been berserking.
He both.
Oh, isn't that an extra -2?
It is, but not in a way that mattered given the way I was calculating his Hulk.
Sure.
He had 5 under 17.
Brutal.
Yeah. So he is rolling for 12s there against Dex.
Would have been cool if I could have used Hulk and not given myself away to the dang militia.
All right.
Oh well. Yeah.
Nice.
So we got questions, right? There's questions in the Discord. Let's do them. We went a little bit late because there was a lot to pass on.
Let's talk about questions or whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Arget Lom wants us to build some characters. Arget Lom asks us, let's build John McClane from Die Hard. Traits: durable, knows his way around guns, does his best work when his enemies are off balance, which he achieves by taunting them and get under their skin. Obviously, he has the hardiness talent. It's the only thing that makes sense, or the hardiness talent tree. It's the only thing that makes sense given the amount of punishment he goes through on the regular.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a gunslinger.
Maybe,
Yeah. I mean, he
I
quick
guess-
draws Hans Gruber at the end.
Yeah.
He quick draws Hans Gruber. He straight up uses his personality to get people to shoot at him so he can shoot them. Gunslinger Path can get you Moxie.
Yeah, you take Moxie. You take the standard gunslinger build, hardiness,
It's a
Moxie,
militant
sure hands.
gunslinger?
What's up?
Or an urchin gunslinger?
He could be a militant gunslinger. He could also be like, yes,
City dwell,
Wouldn't it
like
be
he could be
urban?
urbanite
I mean-
gunslinger.
Yeah.
Urbanite,
He's
that's it.
kind of a deputy, is the thing.
I was gonna say deputy. Yeah.
yeah, but so here's the thing. He doesn't bring anyone in alive.
He's like, so what's happened is he's obviously very high level. He started as deputy, and then he has one talent, or one trigger from the gunslinger, and it's just straight up an evil person is shot dead. And then the rest
can believe that.
are deputy. I mean,
And
if
then he does,
Yippee-ki-yay,
like, a
motherfucker
weird-
isn't a gunslinger thing to say.
Yeah, and then he does like a weird tree swap, so he gets the awareness tree for like Die Hard 2.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
it's a
driving
different
whole
build every
bunch.
movie. Yeah.
And then
No, he's not driving a whole bunch. In the other one, Samuel L. Jackson is driving a whole
no,
bunch.
no, no,
in that
yeah.
one.
So then he switches back after that because
And then Justin Long is there.
Oh no,
We don't-
Die Hard 3 is Samuel L. Jackson. Die Hard, Addie, you're thinking of the one in the airport.
yeah, yes, he goes on a snowmobile.
I guess he does go on a snowmobile. And then he says, yippee-ki-yay, Mr. Falcon, in the TV edit.
Fucking gold. And then next one was let's build the Mach 5 from Speed Racer. It's an extremely fast race car. It has way more anti-personnel and anti-vehicle countermeasures than would ever be allowed in a sanctioned race.
Okay, so you're going to want to start with a car. Then you're certainly going to get it a supercharged engine at excellent quality. And then you're going to probably want to get it improved steering at excellent quality. And then there's no jump jacks in this game, so Tommy, write that down for the Nomad book.
Also, there's an animal companion because he's got that monkey in his trunk, I think.
Sure, But then I think you get probably like the smoke screen and like no flat tires, and then
You could get
you
like
might
operated,
you might be
like different kind of weapons, like driver operated weapons, but load them up with non-lethal things so you can fuck with other people's cars.
Yeah, the anti-personnel stuff is where it gets tricky on exactly what you want to do, because like the driver operated weapons are a lot of mod points, so you can't get those like and smokescreen and treads and like, because I feel very strongly that the Mach 5 has a supercharged engine and improved steering,
Sure, that makes sense.
and that's gonna eat a lot of your points.
You can get around that a little bit by having the talents, though, right? Because you can get like preferred
Sure.
vehicle and stuff, which increases like.
Yes,
your
you could
speed.
just have the supercharged engine, and then
Yeah.
listen. The Mach 5 has a supercharged engine. It's a plot point in the Wachowski movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it's in neutral and you jam it into fifth, it goes.
Yeah, it's like a little bit like the Kingslayer, but with just a few more doohickeys.
Yeah, the Kingslayer was built for speed, period. The Mach 5 has to also defend itself.
Yeah, you had packs.
Yeah.
you,
What do I need a gun on my car for?
you just launch a Pax at the enemy and then. Or occasionally a Kinsey when he gets picked up by a Snallygaster.
Man, if I could have tamed that thing, can you imagine how unstoppable Kinsey would have been?
At night.
At night.
I have no comment on that. I recall I'm having a very different recollection of that fight than you are, I think.
Kinsey
You
had a
all
lot of
that
blood.
bonus blood.
I had the extra blood. That's all that mattered.
All right. Another question from Aryat Lam is, are there any roads on Manifest that are on par with a United States interstate highway in terms of overall pavement quality? I realize that an interstate would require a United Confederation of Cities and States to be inter.
That's a wild question given how much we have talked about how travel on Manifest works in the last like 4 days.
Off stream, yeah.
Yeah, the answer is yes. There is one.
Oh.
And it's the road that joins I think it's a bridge that joins Liberty and Freedom City.
Is there a bridge or like a mountainside like road that can
Addie, I gotta race that bridge. I gotta drag race on that bridge now, Addie.
I don't remember how I don't remember how the terrain goes precisely. It's been a while since I've looked at the map, but it's either sort of like a US 1 like Pacific Coast Highway style highway, or it's like basically the Golden Gate or like
I'm imagining the Lake
suspension
Pontchartrain
bridge.
one.
Sure.
I mean, that's a massive bridge.
Yeah.
That thing.
It's a huge bridge. It was built before like almost anything else.
The wormhole closed.
Yeah, because Water Lake is like bigger than any of the Great
Huge.
Lakes. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're on the same side of the lake, kind of.
How long is it across the lake?
Very long. Maybe it's underwater.
It's not
What if it
underwater.
goes under the
No.
lake?
There's no way it's underwater.
You can't
No,
drive
it's
under the
not.
lake. You'll see the secrets under the lake.
But the thing is that normal people really can't drive on it. Is the thing. It
Right.
is.
You have to be good enough.
Yeah, you know what?
have to
I think
be
it's
rich
I
for
think
that.
it's along the coast or the mountains. That's what
Yeah.
makes sense. It'd be out of their way actually to cross the lake.
Yeah.
Because
No.
Freedom City kind of wraps around the mountains.
Yeah.
How
But,
long
yeah.
across the lake, just out of curiosity?
How long is the lake end to end?
Yeah.
Uh,
It's huge, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like 900 miles.
Oh, okay.
Jeez.
Because there's a 24-mile bridge. It's the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. It features heavily in a really good 007 game for PS2.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's like a 1,000 to like 1,200 mile long road, either along the coast or up in the mountains or both, I guess, because it's long enough that it could do both.
I want to drive it, Tommy. I want to drive it.
You know what we got to do, Dan? We got to build 2 precision drivers.
We'll crack under pressure.
I'm not playing in that campaign.
And the final question comes from Seth.
What?
Hi, Seth.
From me? What? I didn't have an idea during the session.
Oh yeah, wait, this was like 15 minutes ago. Is manifest gravity at 1G?
Yes. But
Is-
the planet is much smaller. It is a mystery as to why it does.
The physics of
Oh,
manifest are strange and were very, very interesting to the people who came through the wormhole.
Yeah, and it's totally unknowable, and there are no answers. We don't have them.
Yeah, definitely not.
Man, now I gotta drill. I gotta build a big drill. That's my next character.
Big
Go
deal.
to the center manifest and figure out what makes
Damn
it
it,
so.
Seth.
There's
You're
a
going to dig
giant
too deep
swamp.
and too greedy.
You're gonna hit the wasset that is the entire planet.
You're gonna hit the mother squonk.
You're going to dig too
Mother
deep
is
and too greedy. You're going to find the psychic gator at the center of the earth.
And then it will hatch.
Haven't you been reading Light of the Darkness at all?
All right. Those are all of our questions. I don't see any in the chat. We've gone exceptionally late this time around, so we're going to call it for tonight. Thank you all so much for hanging out and playing. congratulations to we've been playing initiative music this whole time.
Oh, good.
Nice, calm, no exciting music. All right, we are going to call it for tonight. Good night, all of you. We are going to be back on the 27th, Tuesday the 27th. Same manifest time, same manifest place. And we'll see what these four drifters do now in the aftermath of the job gone sideways. But
I think it's gonna be fine.
everything's totally fine.
Probably.
Totally fine.
It's gonna work itself out.
All right.
100%.
And goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.